What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. All right, we're just a few minutes late. My bad, guys. I was downloading a bunch of fucking videos. We got a lot of crazy shit going on in the world, of course. Let me tell my people that we are live because we are live. We are live. Boom. All right. I should probably post a video, actually. Should have done it before, but I can do it while we're live. Fuck it, y'all can be a part of this too. All right, everybody. Well, let me start that over here. Good. All right, guys, time to come in, join the panel. Let's get some debate and discussion going on. This is October 7th, and we're going to have a great show for you today. If you see the little bubble flashing, that means I'm live. You can click and just come on in. Peace. All right. I'm not even going to put a description on that biatch. I need to keep remembering that because that does help push out to the FYP because then you get people who are like, you know, they'll come across the video and then see that I'm live and go live and join the live. Indie guy, what is going on? What's it? Oh, Angel, what's up, man? So I got a video I'm going to play once we get enough people in, just so people can see this guy, in my opinion, destroys ICE. I mean, he's speaking straight facts. Ex-military guy. What's up? Yep.
I'm doing okay. I posted a comment on Discord, like, I'm live, and I'm like, banned or reported, something like that.
Shit,
Jeez.
who knows, man? I might get bananaed, but you know what? Fuck it. We'll just keep trying. That happens, I'll be over on the tube.
Nah, no, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But it is what it is, you know. This is Trump's America. And you voted for that, sir. How do you,
well,
are we winning yet?
Yeah, we're winning all the way. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, we could talk about it. We can start now if you'd like.
Well, let me
you wanted to play a video.
Yes, let me play this video because I mean it's a longer video, but this guy says I think what a lot of people are thinking, and he actually has a pretty good. He shares my view of the people that are in the military right now and what they should do. Because when the generals left, like they resigned, I was like, what? Like, this is when we need you the most. You know, you can, you know, find ways to not do what he's wanting to do. I mean, you know, you take an oath to the Constitution, somebody's trashing that Constitution. It's kind of your job to fight against that in some small way. But let me go ahead and get this going here. Just because we only have like 9 people in, I don't really want to, because it's 3 minutes. I'm not going to play it very much. You know, I'm not going to like play it multiple times like sometimes I do. Rita Faye, we're losing all the way around under this regime. I agree. Yeah, let me go ahead and fuck it. We'll just go ahead and play it. Because after that banana, my numbers may suck. You know, usually they'll suppress me after that. So we'll see. All right, here we go. This guy is my hero.
Out of everybody I despise the most, ICE is the top of the list right now.
Can you hear it, Angel?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Out of everybody I despise the most, ICE is the top of the list right now. You guys are fucking traitors, man.
What would be your message to current soldiers, ICE agents, and National Guard that are being ordered to do illegal, non-constitutional things on a daily basis?
Don't participate, right? Weaponize incompetence. You walk out here, you look good, you be a prop for the government, help people with their luggage, but absolutely do not raise your weapon. As a citizen, don't participate in anything you know is illegal. Somebody with a fucking conscience got to still be here to hold the line. And I understand that it's terrible for you. It's terrible to see people. It's terrible to see democracy burn around you, but you really are a last line defense. And for you kidnappers known as ICE agents, understand this. You will never be fucking forgiven for your crimes, ever.
Nope.
The soldiers, I can understand. They took an oath. They're duty bound to be there. They can't just quit. You could fucking reclass tomorrow and go work for FEMA or do something else. If you choose to put a mask on, if you choose to send people to concentration camps, if you choose to do that shit, you will be a mortal fucking enemy forever. I don't give a fuck if that felon anoints you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We're not gonna recognize that shit in these streets. Understand that shit. So when you come out here, be ready for those one-way missions. All right, it's all fun and games until you deal with heavily armed veterans who are willing to match and seat your energy. Hell will flash trees over before I let anybody in my family be taken. Period. I don't give a fuck. ICE is an absolute scourge. You should hold your head in shame forever for the shit you're doing. You will never be forgiven for that shit. If you had a shred of dignity, you will reclass tomorrow. Sorry guys, that shit just pisses me off, man. Can't stand these fucking demons, man.
It's got to come from the heart.
Yeah, I cannot
People need to hear
stand
it.
these guys, man. I watch, people out here running for their fucking life, man. That lady in Walmart running for like hours, man, hiding. And notice they're going after people who working.
Yeah.
Right? They sat here. Immigration itself is really about white supremacy.
Mhm.
Let's just cut to the chase. Immigration has always served to keep America white. They tell you whatever bullshit lie from Operation Wetback. This goes back in history. So we know now you really see what America's about. They put white supremacy over everything, over the rule of law, over the separation of powers, and now they want to fund ICE at a higher rate than they funded the Marine Corps. That is the danger. That means they're going to use these people to stay in power. Right? They're using them right now. If you see, they desensitize the military already to kill people. Right? They tell you it's okay to kill drug dealers and because they're moving drugs, so you can kill them now. Right? So they're going to continue to desensitize these people before they turn the guns on us. You need to be ready before that moment happens. And I tell you, whether it takes 10 months or 10 years, we must be absolutely relentless in our fight against white supremacy.
That's right. Yeah,
worry about is the black on black crime in inner blue states.
Oh, quit, Poochie.
That's what you need to talk about.
Well, that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is a government.
You don't want to talk about the true fucking bullshit that's going on.
No, what we want to talk about
let me
is
ask you a question. What is ICE for? What's ICE for?
Well, look, if you're just going to come up here and interrupt, then you can go. Okay.
Well, my question is.
No. This isn't about. Look. I get it. You want attention, and you come up here and you think you're going to run this panel. You're not going to do that. If you want to have a conversation, that's fine, but you're not going to come up here and dictate where this conversation goes. We're going to talk about what I want to talk about, bitch, because it's in my panel. How do you feel about that,
only
Poochie?
save space left
How
for
do you
you
feel about
lunatics.
that,
I get it.
Poochie?
I
How do you feel
like
about
lost on
that?
November 5th, bitch. How you feel about that? Ha!
Are
Got
you
on that
winning?
one, did I not?
Are you winning? What are you
Sure,
winning?
Trump's your president.
Poochie,
I'm winning.
let me
bitch.
ask you, what are you winning?
I'm winning the fact that you're losing. How about that one?
We're losing our country. That's
what
right.
happened to your fucking
You're right.
kamikaze
You're right.
that lost?
We're losing
not
our
losing
country.
I'm making more money. My taxes are lower.
No,
Hell
you're
yeah,
not.
I'm doing great.
You're sitting at home
Yes, I am.
in your mama's house.
Okay,
You're like
hold on.
you're probably
Let me show
like
you. Let me show
23.
you.
This dude's probably like 23 years old. Oh, you got
I'm working
a
right
server?
now, bitch.
Yeah,
Server.
making $15 an hour
Okay, I work for the FAA, bitch.
as a low rank tech, as a low rank IT tech. This dude here, put that back
An
up
electrical
there.
integration technician.
Put that back up here. Go ahead and dox yourself. All right, we
You
got
ain't
you.
gonna get my name, bitch.
Yeah, we got you.
You ain't gonna get my name, bitch.
Yeah,
You
we
gonna have
got
a
you.
job, so don't
You
worry
look
about it,
exactly like the people that were owning
You look
slaves.
exactly like a.
And look, that video must have pissed this guy off because that dude was talking about white supremacy. I guarantee you,
what
if
pisses you off is Trump.
this Poochie guy saw that
Hey,
dude
do you
walking
believe
in
in
the
white
street, he'd have pissed his pants.
Hey, do you believe in white? Do you believe in white privilege?
I believe that white people have privilege in this country. Sure.
Okay, can you tell me what a black person can't do that I can do? Please elaborate. What I can do that
Nothing.
a black person can't do right now in society.
Physically,
okey-dokey,
nothing.
Then there's no white privilege, you dumb bitch.
I don't think you
Do you believe in
understand what
black privilege?
white privilege
You know what?
is.
Do you believe in black privilege then? When
Okay.
C8.
All right. I'm done with this because what we're talking about is Donald Trump. I'm not going to let you. No. Okay.
President, bitch.
All right. You're gone. So again, look, we're talking about what Donald Trump is doing to this country. We don't want to deal with trolls. I don't care. Like Poochie's upset. But keep in mind that this is recorded, Poochie. I got that. I'll be looking back. I'll find it. All right, let me go through here. We got a couple of people. If you are MAGA and you aren't like Poochie, you're welcome to come up here. But you're not going to run the panel. That's ridiculous. Angel, what say you? That was one of your people.
Well, there's a difference, right? I I don't say it's one of my people because just as you know, you can vote for a particular candidate, but they may not have been your first, second, or third choice, right? It's just
True.
the party's more aligned, just like a Bernie
Well,
versus
you know what I mean when I say that. This
yeah.
is
No,
yeah. I
I
mean,
get it. I just want to differentiate because I don't speak the way he does, and I think he has um, respectfully a racial animus that I don't. But yeah, so I guess with that said, well, in regards to him, I disagreed with a lot of what he said. So started with the fact that I do agree that there is privilege that does exist, um, and it's if you look about it, think about it, it's generational. A lot of it is generational, right? I think that white
well,
peas.
I'm not really gonna like. I don't need to go down the white
Okay, no, that's fine.
privilege pathway. This is what he was
You go
trying
to
to
ice.
do. Like, that's not even what we're talking about. He picked up, I guess, on what this guy was saying about, um, white supremacy. But this is what it is. There's somebody
I don't
yesterday
think
on
your
the
mic is
panel.
working.
Do what?
I don't think your mic is working.
It's working. I can hear him.
You can't hear me?
You're whisper quiet. It could be just me.
It may
Can you
just
hear
be
me
me.
okay? Yup. Is anybody in the comments, are they able to hear me okay? Berkeley says, I can you. Anyway, yeah, I think that, picked up on that white supremacy, but I mean, that's really what we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
The privilege, whatever. Because, not all white people have any kind of bonus, but when they put to the white people, like, at least you're not that guy,
No.
it gives them a feeling of like, well, it's okay, even though my life sucks too. And then they use that "my life sucks too" to say, well, there's my life is shitty too, so it I can't have any privilege because I don't benefit from it, even if it's not obvious. But either way, I'm going to bring up the timer so everybody gets fair time. Let me do it that way. That guy was, I wish he would have calmed down because he probably would have had an interesting conversation, but he wasn't going to shut up. So. Let me go. Well, Angel, you and I have been talking for a minute. So, Occupation Media, go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Doing fine.
Listen, I'm not MAGA. Don't know. I don't want to waste your time, but I definitely would like to comment on what the guy that kept calling you names. When he was saying about the YT supremacy and not being in the United States. I'm talking from a lens, and it's hard to describe. I was born in the United States. I'm over 50. I'm an Irish, Polish, Palestinian. My 85-year-old father is still alive. He was born in Palestine. Built tank engines, Abrams tank engines, for 20 years for the U.S. Army. I'm talking from a lens of an American that lived 30 years ago in the West Bank and watched this type of supremacy there and how it's creeping into the United States and how we are so supportive of that same group. And its colonialistic supremacy that's taking place there, and how it's a coincidence that we are emulating the same actions here now at an accelerated rate. Coincidentally, once again, in the past 2 years,
Okay,
when
go ahead and
they
land your
have
plane.
accelerated their supremacy across the ocean 6,000 miles away.
Yeah, well, I would argue that my phone just started talking at me. I would argue that we've always had colonialism and white supremacy here. It
Yes.
may be ramping back up, but I mean, it was.
Well, it's actually
this
being
is
shoved in our face.
Yeah, I mean,
You're right. You're
it's more
100% correct.
obvious. Even though it was always here, it was kind of, we put it on the back burner after we kicked those racists' ass. But it was like they were just biding their time, and here they are. But thank you, Occupation. Let me get to Pink. Pink, welcome in. Go ahead.
Hey everyone, good morning. Uh, First, anyone who is denying or defending any existence or position of racism is no longer worth my energy to engage with. Uh, the, the source is found in solutions, not in the defense of things that we know have existed since our inception. And I'd like to talk about that video that you showed earlier, right?
Sure.
I think it's important for us to continue to point out the resistance within the military. We've had public reporting of divisions within the Pentagon. We've had lackluster musters. We've had squeaky parade. We've
Squeaky
had we've had utter silent generals. So we have to identify what those things are, right? That is our military speaking to us. That is our military displaying their understanding of the circumstances that they are in. And those soldiers cannot disobey deployment orders, right? They are required to follow those orders. They are lawful. And so if we do see them on federal grounds in our states, don't excuse me, I ask you not to take your frustration out on the soldiers standing in front of you. Be supportive, encouraging, tell them that you appreciate their service and that you know that they're your brothers and that you are safe with them. Say those words to those soldiers that you see on the street, because they are pawns and we are the target.
Well,
The military is our shield. It
How
is
do you
not the gauntlet of the administration.
how do you feel about his message where, he's like, you go out there, you be the prop or whatever, and you don't engage in the illegal activities? Like, you think that's pretty sound advice?
Well, yes, and I think we're seeing that, right? We're seeing that these soldiers are being given instructions of non-engagement. And we have to recognize that when we see it, right? It's not, yes, the posture is necessarily intimidating, but that's from the administration. It's not from the soldier on the ground. And so spewing our anger at them and inflicting our frustration on them escalates the tension and the stresses that they are under. And we are talking about young men, 25 years old and younger, the vast majority of them. And so, yes, they are not.
Look, if they start shooting people, I don't give a fuck who they are. I don't care how they feel. If they start abusing the citizens that they're supposed to be defending, they can get the fuck out of here. That's how I feel. I got nothing for them. So if they're going there as props and they're just standing around because they fucking have to, I get that. But the moment they turn and start willingly doing things that are harmful to citizens that go against their oath, I got nothing.
Well, right? That's the exact moment they become traitors. They become traitors to the oath and to the nation.
Yeah. Now, and thank you, Pink. I appreciate it. I can tell this is, very, close to you. It's, seems like you're very passionate about that, and I appreciate that. Let me get to Joseph. Now, guys, there are people that have requested. I'm just bringing in people one at a time. I don't know why, but that's the way I'm doing it right now. Josephus, please go ahead.
Yes, so thanks for having me on your panel.
Yeah.
So I would say that probably if you go all the way back to Thomas Jefferson, the first time that Americans were attacked was by a group of Barbary pirates who were enforcing what I would like to call Arab hegemony, an imperialistic mindset that believes that everyone should speak Arabic, should practice Islam, and anyone else who doesn't should be taken as slaves. And the fact is that you have the Kurds, you have a group, even people who are Muslims, you have Darfur and Sudan, you have all these different places, including Israel, including all of the Syrians, all the Syrian ethnic groups that no one talks about, the Druze, every single ethnic group, unless they're under speaking Arabic and following Sunni Islam, they're going to be destroyed by a hegemony. And that's what real imperialism looks like. That's what real racism looks like. That's what real colonialism looks like. And every one should shun that. We should educate people what real colonialism and slavery looks like in our world.
Yeah, it also kind of looks like this. Let's watch this clip here. This is in the streets of America. We got drones, snipers, military vehicles going down the fucking streets of our cities. These sick bastards. Look at this shit.
Giving them attention, that's what they want.
I mean, it's you know, I don't know, like an extension of his penis.
You forgot people voted for this, bro.
Well, sure. And this is what they get, and that's
you
why
might disagree with them.
And that's why in my prompt it says, "What did you win?" Right.
So I voted for Harris.
Are you really winning?
So I voted for Harris.
Like if you know they say, "Oh, we're winning," that's what we won. That's what these people think they won.
You know what? I think they're delusional, but they should have voted for Harris. They had an opportunity. They didn't do it. They stayed at home, decided they weren't going to vote because they thought Harris wasn't pure enough for them. They had to go vote for Jill Stein or some bullshit like that.
Wasn't pure enough for them?
Yeah, wasn't good enough.
What percentage of the vote did Jill Stein get?
Are killing the Democratic Party.
Oh? Explain.
Explain?
Yes.
Explain. So when people weren't passing the bipartisan infrastructure bills that President Joe Biden was putting through office, and they're saying, "Oh no, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that, so I'm not going to pass it. I'm not going to do that." And unless you go along 100% with our agenda, we're not going to go with you. Unless you decide that you want to completely destroy market capitalism, and you have to destroy Israel, and you have to hate Jews, basically we're not on board with you.
What percentage of the vote do you think
that's called the DSA? It's trying to take over the Democratic Party.
What percentage of the vote do you think that? Because you blame people that voted for Jill Stein, and then I asked you what percentage of the vote Jill Stein got. Do you know what percentage of the vote she got?
She took away enough. She took away
0.56%, my guy.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You think that's enough?
6% is different in some of those states.
That's in total. That's in total.
Yeah, and how in places like Wisconsin that makes a difference. In places like Michigan that makes a difference. And I'll tell you what.
Or
you have the
racism
same
rears its ugly head.
You have the same politics as MTG as Mallory Taylor Greene.
What?
Right now. Yeah, you do. You
Me?
have the same politics. You're on the
you
same
don't
side.
know who I am then.
You
don't know
Tucker
anything
Carlson,
about me. You don't know anything about me. I see. You're a Zionist.
Massey, all those guys.
You're okay. Well, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute. Hold on, guys. Hold on. You're a Zionist, am I right?
You're on the same side with them now.
Are you a Zionist? Is that why you're mad?
You're on the same side
because they're calling Israel out for owning this fucking country. Israel owns this motherfucking country, bro.
He sounds like a Kahanist, not a Zionist. A
Kahanist, bro. That's what you are.
Yeah, I got you. I see you. You come up here acting like a liberal. You're not a fucking liberal.
Can I explain?
Bitch, you are a paid fucking shill. No, you can hold on. You can hold on. You both can shut up. Hold on. Everybody, shut up. Josephus, I see you, you little bitch. You're a paid fucking shill is what you are. You're a paid fucking Israeli operative, and you're coming up here doing Israel's work. Yeah, that's exactly what you are. I see you. I see you. All right, now shut up. We're going to move along. I'm going to bring somebody else in.
Yeah, fuck you, man. I was in special forces.
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, that is not indicative of language or demeanor.
And here we go. You know what? I'm gonna stoke this fire a little bit. Look, you've got to sit on a panel next to somebody called the Palestinian. Hey, Palestinian.
This guy for real?
Palestinian, go ahead. Go ahead, Palestinian.
So these are
you, Nazi. Fuck you.
I'm going to keep
my
you
God.
muted. Palestinian, go
Thank you.
ahead. I'm going to keep this bitch
So here's the
muted.
problem with
Go
these
ahead.
people. They think that they can come in, manipulate the narrative, and they can steer it towards a direction. So they think that they did their job. In reality, this guy is just an undercover,
That's
probably
exactly
Israeli
fucking
promoter.
Ministry of the Defense, fucking Mossad piece of garbage, piece
Exactly.
of shit, you
He's
colonialist fuck.
his first
That's what
statement
you
was
are. And
his
dude,
first statement.
we see
Yeah,
you, bitch. We see
his
you.
first
You're
his first statement was that Arabs did this and Arabs. The reason Middle East is so messed up is because of foreign policy of America
I got you, bro.
since World War II. Since World War II, America has been messing up the Middle East since World War II. All right. Now,
I got
this guy.
Josephus. Okay, hold on, Palestinian. Josephus, I'm going to sit here and click this fucking mute button until I fucking unalive because you're not going to sit up here and interrupt these people with your Zionist fucking propaganda. I see you, you genocidal fuck. That's what you are. You're a genocidal piece of shit. You're being paid to come up here. You know what? That's annoying. All right. I'm going to drop his ass because he won't stop.
I know. The other statement he made that we stole our people from Bill Stein and stuff like that. That was so minimum. It wouldn't make any difference.
Nope.
And they're still going around and talking about that.
Yeah, no, the moment he said that I was like MTG and Tucker Carlson, I fucking knew he was talking about Israel because that's the only thing that I agree with these fuckers on. I'm so sick of this shit. I'm telling you, Israel has some kind of fucking hold over this country, whether it's by getting these people to have sex with kids and getting them on fucking film or whatever it is. These people are sick. These people are sick. Holy shit. Now, I didn't give you a full-timer. Let me go ahead and give you your full-time Palestinian. Go ahead.
No worries. I just came up because of this guy because he started talking about a lot of things in Middle East, but he forgot to mention that how much foreign policy of America since World War II has messed up what's going on in Middle East, right? And it's exclusively and single-handedly because of Israel. It's because of Israel. Since the inception that we have seen what's going on in Middle East and then destabilizing every single country around it. I mean, I don't even understand. The other thing is they came from Europe. That's why when there's some sort of Euro contest, they have this every year. They have the singing stuff like they're part of Europe. They're not part of Asia, but the country is inside Asia. It's unbelievable that people can't see through what's going on in the Middle East, right? The other thing occupation. You made some few statements about the policy of America has been the same. We are seeing it much more clear now, and that's because of social media. It has been the same since the inception. Anyways, that's all what I wanted to say, my friend.
Yeah. No, thank you. I appreciate you coming up. I just thought it was very timely. I see the Palestinian, and we got a Zio up here that's all upset. Anyway, that was funny.
This guy was undercover, man.
Joseph, the historian, my ass. What a little God. These people are crazy.
Did you pay attention how he was steering the conversation?
Yes.
He was bringing it up. And then he started from Muslims and then brought it in America.
And he wasn't even that slick about it either. He was trying to be slick about it. He's like, oh, man.
It's the people within us that's trying to destroy us.
They've got this rage about them that
trying to blame the DSA is fucking wild.
Yeah, that guy was something special. I've seen him come up here
and then
before.
He said he served this country to a special force, so at the same time we should respect him because he's so maniac people, man.
No,
anyways, good talking to you guys.
No, thank you, Palestinian. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You can drop yourself if you're wanting to go. I appreciate it. Val, welcome in. I'm going to give you your timer. Go ahead.
That shit was just fucking batshit insane.
It was.
Claiming the fucking the DSA is something else. And even if I have beef with the DSA, that is... The claims he was throwing out was fucking batshit insane.
Yeah. And like, you're like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I love how he was blaming like the third party voters. Like I've looked into it and I've done the math. I've sat down on live and talked about it. if you take every single Jill Stein voter and Claudia De La Cruz voter in the swing states, Kamala still wouldn't have had the votes to win the state, unfortunately. And that's the truth. And it's okay. It's time we look past the fucking election, and we all need to fucking work together.
Yeah, that's true. But when you're paid to go up on panels and try and steer conversations, I really feel like he was some paid, because one day I had the guy was openly admitting he was part of the Ministry of Defense. I'm like, how the fuck do you have any time, sir? You're unaliving an entire country. Shouldn't you be going and doing that instead of being up on fucking TikTok? Anyway, no, thank you, Val. I appreciate it. Now, Thick, welcome in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one, please don't use the term Zio. That is a term that was invented by David Duke. So if you you can criticize Israel all you want, but I really don't think that you should be using the term invented by a fucking white supremacist. Two, the reason why Israel is part of Eurovision, what the guy's referring to, is because they're part of the European Broadcasting Union. There are several other countries who are not traditionally European who are also part of the EBU. Just a little bit of basic facts, looking this shit up, will help not spread fucking Jew hate. 3, Israelis are not European. The vast majority of Jewish Israelis are Mizrahi. They are Middle Eastern. This is just a matter of basic facts. Again, you can have issues with what the Israeli government is doing, but sitting there and spreading bullshit, hateful misinformation and using terms of white supremacists, probably not the best goddamn fucking look.
So I get a Zio that's crazy, and then you come up here a Zio that's not so crazy.
Dude, the term Zio,
I don't give a shit. It's short for Zionist. It's short for Zionist. Let me give you an example of how these words work, sir, because you're telling me David Duke came up with it. I don't know, but my name is Timothy.
Yes.
But guess what I call myself?
Yeah.
Tim.
Yeah. So
Zionist.
but also just
Zio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, dude. You're using
it's
the
short
term of a fucking
for
bigot.
Zionist.
You are sitting there trying to.
I don't care if you are upset by that.
Congrats.
I don't give a fuck. Zio all day long. Zio all day long.
Congrats.
Sir.
Congrats.
Zio is short for Zionist. If you don't like it, you can leave the panel, Thick.
Just say fucking Jew, dude.
Why would I say Jew? Because I'm not talking about Jews.
Because that's clearly what you mean.
There's a difference.
No, it is not. Hold on, Val. Hold on, Val. Listen, Thick.
There is no
okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. I got this. Thick. I have many times called people out for saying Jew, and I drop people for saying Jew because I'm not talking about Jewish people. I'm talking about the political. No. Listen. Zionism is a fucking political ideology. It's not a people. So somebody that is a Zionist is not a Jew. A Zionist does not mean Jew. There are non-Jewish Zionist, Thick. So when I say Zio or Zionist,
what is the definition of Zionist?
Yeah, I mean, go read Herzl. Go read Herzl. They came up with it in fucking late 1800s.
No, it is simply the belief that the Jewish people can live in their ancestral homeland.
Okay.
There are Zionists
and to what
with
end?
many different
And to what end? This is a
philosophies.
political ideology, is it not, sir?
No.
Zionism isn't a political ideology?
It is simply the belief
that the Jewish people have the right. Political ideology?
It is simply the belief that the Jewish people have the right to live in their ancestral homeland. There are people of many different ideologies, many different
ideology.
Stances. There are many different people with many different stances who severely disagree with one another, who are all under the Zionist banner. So, for instance, I hate Bibi Netanyahu. I severely disagree with him and many of his aspirations.
They believe.
But I am also.
They believe that they have a right to go to somebody else's land and unalive the people that are there, remove them from their own land, and take it. And that's exactly what they did.
Kim, can I get the big
and they continued.
You are projecting a whole
No,
bunch
you're
of shit
mad,
that's
bro.
not on there.
You're mad because Israel is losing. They're losing the PR war, and you're up here simping for genociders. You're simping for genociders. No. You're coming up here. I'm going to mute you because I'm still talking. You are coming up here simping for people who are committing a genocide, shooting babies in the head thick. If you are okay with that, you can get fucked. And I don't care who you're friends with. I don't care what fucking panel you go up on all the time. You're not going to come up here and spread that I'm going to unalive babies with bullets in the fucking head. You're not going to do that. Support that shit.
When did I say that? What did
You
I come
are
up here saying?
supporting
What?
that
hey,
shit,
hey, what did
bro.
What did
By
I come
coming
up
up
saying?
here,
What was my issue?
no, by coming up
What
here
was my
with this
issue?
semantics bullshit, you're trying to muddy the waters to take away from. You can't criticize these people. You can't call them out because if you do, that means you hate Jews. You can fuck off with your listen. Your little
He said, "Don't use
anti-Semitism
that
shit
word."
isn't going to fucking work. You continuing to try and call people anti-Semites.
What other point did
Bro.
I bring up? What other point did I bring up?
I don't give a fuck. You're not going to come up here and call me an anti-Semite when I'm not. You're not going to suggest that. Just say Jews. That's what you told me. Is that not what you said?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
What was the original point
Thick?
I came up here and said? Why is Israel?
Because you got mad about me using the term Zio, and then you continued.
Why is Israel in Eurovision? Because I brought that up.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Start with your
I don't know,
strongest argument,
and I don't care. I don't know, and I don't care.
Zio.
That's
you
my
said
point. You don't fucking
use
listen.
that word.
Yeah, you said don't use Zio.
It's 'cause they're part of the
and then he
European
also,
Broadcasting Union.
and then you were saying just say Jew. If you're
They're
going to
part
do
of the
that, just say
European
Jew.
Broadcasting-
I don't care.
Yeah, because
Nobody's
because
talking
you sound
about
like
that.
a fucking child just saying I'm going to say this.
Nobody's
despite the fact
talking
that I pointed out
about
the origin- where that term came from.
I don't care.
Can I have the big screen for a second?
Listen, hold on. Thick. The Zio is short for Zionist. If the fucking thing that causes you the most consternation is saying Zio and not the fact that babies end up with bullets in their head from a fucking Israeli Zio, then you've got some issues, my guy. If that's really the thing that you're worried about,
so much onto what I'm saying.
is calling. What do you
Jesus
mean?
Fucking Christ!
You came up here browbeating me, suggesting that I'm an anti-Semite. Bitch, you all but called me an anti-Semite.
I specifically
Don't
said
act like you
can
didn't.
criticize the Israeli government all you want, but maybe that
Bullshit.
we shouldn't be spreading misinformation about why things like Israel's in Eurovision. It's because they're part of the European Broadcasting Union.
I don't
There you
care
go.
about
There's
that.
The second time, and I pointed out the fact that most Israelis. I was basically pointing out the misinformation of a prior fucking guest, but you
That's fine.
could not apparently even listen to that.
What do you mean?
No, and also like the European
You're really
Broadcasting
pissed,
Union
man.
has
You want me to be an
several other fucking-
anti-Semite so bad, don't you?
No, I want you to be able to call out misinformation or just acknowledge the bullshit of your guests.
I don't
dude.
know
That's
anything
it.
about. I don't know anything about the Eurovision stuff.
No, because
I have no
it is
idea.
all of Israel.
Yeah, I have no idea about that. I don't know anything about that. I can't speak to it one way or the other.
Yeah. So again, I pointed that out, and just maybe like some level of basic acknowledgement of like, oh shit, like, oh man, there are several countries that are not directly in Europe that are part of the EBU.
Well,
Like,
okay, so
or
thick.
again, like pointing out the fact that the guy just said the guy said that
No.
Israelis are just European. And I pointed out that they are majority Mizrahi.
No, thick. No, the first statement out of your fucking mouth was that you were mad that I said Zio. You then said that David Duke did this, which is an implication that I am somehow a white supremacist, and you even used that language. You then turned around and you fucking said, just say Jew. You said that came out of your fucking mouth, and it was directed at me. You're trying to paint me as an anti-Semite on my own fucking panel, and I'm calling you out for it. I don't give a fuck who you are or who you're friends with. I don't give a shit. You're not going to come up here and fucking make lies and shit and get butthurt about me using the shortened version of a word. I don't give a shit.
I made 3 points initially. It's not my fault that you.
The
can only
first
listen to
one was what?
Because
Which
of
was
it
the
ever
first
since.
one? What was the first fucking point that you made, which was the most important? People usually lead with the one that is bugging them the most.
I made 3 altogether. Again, I made the point about the origins of the term Zio.
And you've been
Right?
deflecting
I
between
made
all three.
I made the point about And I also made the point about the makeup of the people in Israel, the fact that they aren't majority of European descent. But again, like even Jews who are of European descent, like it's because they were taken out of their ancestral homeland as fucking slaves.
Okay.
That makes no sense.
Okay. That makes no sense. No. I mean, they were kicked out. They went to Europe. They were there for almost 2,000 years, man. They were there for almost 2,000 years. There were some that stayed, but those are not the majority population of Jewish people. Not only that, but what the fuck does that have to do with Zionism? Zionism is not
Wrong.
Jewish. Zionism is not a Jewish ideology. This is a fucking
correct.
political ideology that spans the entire boundary of all races, of all fucking religions. You can be a Christian Zio. You can be an atheist Zio. Zionism has nothing to do with Jewish people, and fucking stop putting those two together, Thick.
Penguin.
1.3 million are former Soviet Russians of the 7 million Israeli population. And many of them are not Jewish. They lied to
correct.
get there. They lied to get there. 1.3 million are Russian. Dual citizens. 30 to 40 of them are Russian oligarchs that landed there 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm. And let's not forget that there's a reason that you need a doctor's note or a lawyer's note to get your DNA tested in Israel, because if they can be used against you if your DNA
I've
is
heard that. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah, it's very much true. Yes. It's not illegal. You just can't go and buy like a DNA test. Yes, there is. You can actually look. There's a law. You can actually go and look it up. You have to have a doctor's note. You can just Google how to get a DNA test in Israel.
DNA test in Israel, because I've heard this, but I've never actually verified.
So
that
it's not illegal. It's not illegal to get a DNA test, but and
there
it's really funny.
Are heavily regulated.
There is no equal citizenship between Israeli Palestinians living in Israel. When you have a new law that just started last year, where they prevent the institution of marriage for their Israeli citizens that are Palestinian from marrying any other Palestinian from the West Bank or Gaza to come live with them. So that is not equality. They say that they have equal rights. That is bullshit.
And they can't even vote in their statewide elections. They can only vote in their
You
local
can look
elections.
all this stuff I say, you can look it up. This is 30 years. I lived there 30 years ago, been going back every year. I've been there as recent as 2023 in May, 6 months before it happened. The reason why I went, because I had to pay respects to my uncle, because 2 of my cousins were unalived in 2022 in the West Bank when Kahani Cha was unleashed by Blinken that same year. When they unalived 300 people in the West Bank, 2 of them were my cousins. That's why I had to research, and I know so much about this dangerous, lethal group. Part of many of those members were installed by Blinken, not elected, by Netanyahu, installed into the government. Smotrich, Ben Gvir. Ben Gvir was a known convicted Kahani terrorist. Okay, he hangs pictures of a Brooklyn-born mass shooter named Baruch Goldstein on his walls.
That's correct.
Would we allow any U.S. politician to hang a picture of Timothy McVeigh on their wall?
So, see, Lolo, here's a list of non-European countries who participate in Eurovision and are part of the EBU.
Okay, well, I can't see that.
So real quick, let me
There's like 7 of them.
So Thick,
Well,
let
who
me
are they?
including
Just
Cyprus.
name them, Thick.
real quick. I see you. You have something on your screen, but
I just need to say something. Cyprus was under British rule for a very long time. And by the way, even though it's half Greek, Greece is a European country. Anything else?
Armenia, Azerbaijan.
Armenia is Armenia also, and Azerbaijan were also under British rule. Next.
Yeah, again, which is why they're part of the EBU, the European Broadcasting Union, because
was Israel
again,
when Israel became Israel, was it under British rule?
Yeah.
No.
I don't even understand what the fuck.
It was the British mandate of Palestine at the time. The British
before Eurovision, when Israel became its own as they like to call themselves, sovereign fucking state of Israel. When they became their own sovereign state, they're not part of Europe.
I don't understand what
but
we're arguing
but
here.
they nonetheless retained. They were still part of the EBU, just like Australia is, and just like Australia participates.
Australia is a fucking Commonwealth of Britain, you dipshit.
Jesus,
I'm fucking sick of Zions up here trying to explain Israel.
I am too.
Yeah, no. I'm just explaining like the fact that the EBU spreads out, and the fact that this specific song contest has to do with members of the EBU who participate, and that's it.
You mean people who are under the British Commonwealth? Israel isn't under the British Commonwealth.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I don't even know like
why Israel is part of the EBU.
I don't know.
Not what they are.
I don't know what Thick is arguing anyway. What was the misinformation that Thick believed was being perpetuated? Because
he said several other countries are part of the EBU.
I don't understand. Like, what's the like?
I said name the other ones, and what I'm. Will you shut up, Thick? I'm speaking. Jesus Christ. Typical Zio wants to speak over the Palestinians all the time. You want to take my house next? So anyway, sorry. My point was that the EBU, because of other countries that are part of British rule or under parliamentary, like if you would say like certain islands that are under parliamentary rule, or like say, by the way, in case anybody didn't know, Puerto Rico is part of the United States. I'm just putting that out there for you guys who didn't know that Bad Bunny was an American. I want to put that out there for you. Just like that. That's why he can play at the Super Bowl and still be an American, and ICE can't take him. I wanted to put that out there for you guys. Okay. Same way that places like Cyprus, which is part of Greece, is still part of the European Union, which is part of Eurovision. And Australia, which is the British Commonwealth, also part of Europe at this point. So are we good? We feeling good, Thick? Okay, cool. Now, Zio was not a term that was coined by David Duke. Zionism was coined by Theodor Herzl, who was an atheist. He wasn't a Jew like you and me, buddy. No. You should go back to last Thursday and atone, because you don't know shit.
Yeah, and if
Sorry.
like,
that was beautiful.
I don't know. I don't understand. Like, I'm sick of people trying to paint others as anti-Semites. Just say Jew. Like, this guy really wants me to be a Jewish hater. I don't like. That's ridiculous to me. What I don't like is a country that has come here.
Many Jews up here.
It's a tactic.
No, I know it is, and it's not working that well anymore because we fucking see what is happening. We see all the shit happening. Israel is now buying this fucking thing right here that we're all on. Let's be very clear about that shit because they're losing the PR war and they have to do extreme tactics. And
look, the Zio is running back to ChatGPT.
Yeah, Zio, look, I wasn't even aware that David Duke ever used that terminology.
To look up the term, hey, liberal loudmouth, why don't you Google where the specific term Zio came from? Just Google it.
Okay, I am not aware of David Duke. I believe that he used that term. I believe you. But let me say, white supremacists have been using the word "the" for a long time. Should we nix that?
Let me just inject.
Hold on, Thick. Should we stop using any word that a white supremacist has ever used?
Who came out first, David Duke or Mir Kahana?
Again, dude, just look at again.
Dude, don't when somebody
invents a popularizes a term, if you cannot criticize a group of people or the specific
1981
actions,
guys. They can't.
If you cannot
Kahana started before both
these actions, if you cannot just take in the idea that like, hey, maybe this term I'm using, I didn't know that this was
by Blinken.
that this was the origination or popularization of where this term came from. If you can't take in that information, maybe be like, hey man, I'm still going to criticize the Israeli government and the actions that they're taking just as fiercely as I am, but maybe
I'm going
I'll
to
adjust my
criticize
terminology.
Israelis.
Maybe
I'm going to
I will
criticize
adjust my
Mir
Israelis for
terminology
Kahana
taking
was
not.
a
action.
Zionist terrorist,
So you
and
like
his group was
listen.
unleashed in
Okay,
2022
hold on.
by Blinken.
Listen. My name is Timothy Thick.
Don't deviate.
I use the first
to Duke.
3 letters of my name. Zionist. The first 3 fucking letters of that word is what? Zio. So I don't give a fuck if David Duke ever said it. I don't care.
Congrats. Thank you for responding like
And
a
I
child.
can
That's
almost
really sad.
guarantee you, I would put money that you can find somewhere in a book somewhere in the early 1900s where they used the term fucking Zio prior to David Duke. That is the craziest shit. Like, babies are being shot in the head, and this guy's worried about that.
By kahanists, by people that emulate and believe in the ideology of Mir Kahana, a guy that started in 1981 before both H groups. Blinken unleashed that ideology in 2022 and started a catalyst of catastrophic events that we are witnessing today. They were installed, not elected, in their governments. They are running their government. Itmar Ben-Gvir was a Kahanist. Forget about Duke. This guy's trying to deviate and divert your attention away from the people and the groups and the names that are doing it.
Can I just quickly jump in? I know Thick is gone, and occupied. I appreciate you very much, but I just wanted to say something. In 1939 or 1937, a book came out. It was called Wie kocht man in Eretz Israel? It was published by the HNZ, Palestine Federation of WIZO. It was the Women's Institution of Zio Organization. I want you to know what it was called. It was a cookbook called How to Cook in Palestine by Dr. Erna Meyer. Okay? I want you guys to know it was the Women's International Zio Organization. 1932. It's a cookbook. I'll just show you real quickly on my screen.
Well, see, if he had taken that bet, I would have won that bet.
Yep. So there you go. This is the cookbook, How to Cook in Palestine. How to Cook in Palestine. Palestine, by the way, if you guys didn't think it existed, sure existed before Israel. It was written by a German woman. And this is the Women's International Zio Organization. Okay. It then later changed to the Women's Zionist Organization. Okay, but this is what it is. If you can look it up, the cookbook is available to buy. I don't have it because it's too expensive, and I'm not giving them my money. But anyway, my husband's grandfather escaped from Bergen-Belsen, and when he escaped from Bergen-Belsen, he went and joined the RAF, and he flew for Poland. And he was part of the Squadron 300 for the RAF, who was a dam buster. And after the war, he was approached by a Zionist organization and said, "We have a great place for you in New Israel, our newest home." And he's like, "What?" And they said to him, yes, we have home for you. You have a beautiful home. And he's like, "Wait, how much is it going to cost?" I said, "Nothing. We're going to our homeland." And you know what he said? He said, "Wait." One of them. You point out how stupid their ideology is. What? He said, "Wait, I don't understand. What do you mean?" He said, "Well, we took the homes from the people who lived there. They stole our homes." He's like, I don't know who's speaking, but in order to control that, influx.
I think it's totally fine to let them.
Okay, I don't know what Crazy Town's got going on. Crazy, we can hear your TV. Keep going, CeeLo. I'm about to bring the timer in.
I just want to say that my husband's grandfather basically was told by the new government of Israel that he had a new home that they had taken from the people who had stolen from them, the Palestinians. And he looked them all in the eye and he said, "Only criminals take what is not theirs." And he never went to Israel, and he never, ever said anything good about Israelis or Israel. And he said every time when they go next year in Jerusalem, he said, "Abso-fucking-lutely not." Every year. So just so you guys know, he's the one who knew exactly what Israel was up to back then. And my entire husband's family refused to go to Israel.
Yeah,
because he knew, because he fought the Nazis.
It seems weird to me, though, that somebody would take the shortened version of a name, which we do this to everything, and claim that that's like somehow racist or whatever. That seems weird to me.
Well,
right?
it's not
Is there
weird,
any
it's a tactic? They
Right.
have to
I mean, is there
make
any
them,
other
they have to
example?
victimize themselves.
Yeah, it's not weird
If they
at
don't
all.
victimize themselves, then they can, if they don't victimize themselves, then everybody's going to start looking at them as the aggressor. So it's the same thing that a lot of white people do when racism is brought up, right? We automatically jump on the defensive. We go, no, 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 no. Look at, see, but white people are becoming the minority, and you scramble to victimize yourself, because if you make yourself small and you make them feel bad for you, then nobody's gonna fucking call you out for your bullshit.
Yeah, and you
That's
know
the
what?
whole.
If
That's the whole
it's
point. How many times
if it,
I've said people need to recognize their shit. I literally made a whole joke. I literally made a whole joke skit on this man's live about, hey, why you teach people? Will you realize this is your shit?
Yep.
Like literally.
that's
Like
like,
I'm going like this.
you know, I don't know. you know, and if it is negative towards Zionism, I guess I'm okay with that, because fuck Zionists.
Yep, fuck.
Fuck the Zios.
Fuck Zionists. Zionist,
Fuck them.
I don't care.
With,
That political
fuck them with something
ideology
hard,
is right up there with colonialist,
non-cylindrical, and
white
sandpapery.
supremacy.
Let me just say this.
More care about healthcare. Let me just say this real talk. Because I just watched Dr. Mike, and I'm really learning basically
Preacher
about
Mike, you
different
mean? He was preaching up there. He was reading from the Bible.
No,
Mike
Dr.
Johnson?
Mike.
Oh, I
People
thought you
keep
meant Mike
saying my
Johnson.
mic is quiet. Is it quiet? What the
Yeah,
fuck is going on?
It was really, you were speaking.
Yeah, it was quiet.
Is this better?
All right.
Is this better?
Yeah, because you have to over
Mic
the
check.
black wings.
See, okay, so I have to bring it back up to where it
I'm
was
not
the other day,
screaming.
and it was too loud. Because the other day they said it was too loud, and so I brought it down, and now today it's too soft. Fuck
Now
around.
it's better. It's better.
Okay, all right,
I'm
all right.
naturally loud. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. Go ahead.
Here's the big thing, right? Mike, I was watching Dr. Mike, right? And I'm looking at basically, anybody know what typhus is? This is another pandemic that basically hit during World War II. So I'm literally going like this. Yes, it's every 10 years. I'm going like, our healthcare should be the main priority, other than education. Here's the thing: if we have another time that we at World War III, which can happen,
What the hell are you
another
talking
pandemic
about?
another pandemic could hit
What the fuck are
this
you
country.
talking about? We're on a different. What are you talking about?
He did this
Am I the
yesterday
only one
too.
that's
No, I'm confused too. You did this yesterday too. You came up here and just started talking about some random ass shit.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Like we're like, just sit tight for a minute. Like get a
Let me
feel for
just
the
say
conversation. You're
something.
just derailing the whole conversation.
Yeah, let me say this, and then you can drop me after this.
Sure.
Be very careful. When the Zios were up on your panel, other Zios are in the comments reporting. So make sure that everybody's using TikTok friendly language. Guys, tap that screen. We need 25K likes. The live had almost 200 people in it when the Zios were coming with that garbage. The official word of this live is Zio. And if David Duke is the one who said it, this black bitch is on David Duke's side this time. You are subhuman demonic forces on this planet. TikTok, this is my personal opinion. If you condone unaliving babies and elderly people and then starving them and then taking flotillas that's trying to bring food to these people, you belong under the earth. That is my opinion. You're disgusting. You are a scourge on this planet. Stop lying to people, telling them that you're really Semitic when you're European. We know you're Europeans. Stop trying to make people and call them anti-Semitic. It's not working anymore. Your propaganda falls on a pile of shit. The world knows who you are. You're Zio trash, and no one likes you. Take all your bullshit, and TikTok is owned by you, so you're sending all your Zios in here. Fuck you, your mothers and your fathers and those who bred you. And thank God for the Jews who are real Jews, who knows that these Zios are absolute viruses. Thank you. And you can drop me so I can tap, tap, tap. 25K likes, guys.
Thank you,
He has a
Rubik's.
gifting goal, and he needs 20 little donuts, and he has 5. So send 15 more donuts, guys, and share the live. Let's bring these Zios in here since we have a good Zio panel that can actually blow their asses out of the water. Bye.
Thank
Ruby,
you,
can you
Rubik's.
feel my hug?
We'll see.
Can you feel my hug? I
Thank
hope
you,
you
Rubik's.
can.
Okay, yeah, in I guess PSA time. Yeah, let's get to 25K, which it shouldn't take us that long, so just keep tapping, actually. If we hit 25, just keep tapping. Gifting goal, if you want to support the live, support the show, because I no doubt they bananaed me yesterday. I'm certain they're going to come at me again today. Anybody that is opposed to what Israel is doing around the world is likely going to, find their way in the waste bin of history. So support those who are trying to fight against it. Let me get around the room. I'm just going to start left to right. Let me go to Pyre. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, as far as what Maverick was saying, I agree. It's a cold day in hell when these motherfuckers have me sounding like Marjorie Taylor Greene. When they have me agreeing with that fucking big back Sasquatch bitch. It's a common enemy, I guess. And I don't know. It blows my mind that people who call themselves so vehemently patriotic support a government who literally supports a foreign government, right? Like, your government is no longer working for you. If you're calling yourself a patriot at this point, you're a patriot of Israel. If you're a patriot of the United States of America, your healthcare, your potential healthcare, your potential anything really goes to them. If you have a family member who was a soldier, a United States veteran, or an active duty or National Guard, they're getting treated worse than the IOF and the IDF, whatever, but I call it the Israel Occupation Forces. Open your fucking eyes. Open your fucking eyes, please, because if we can embrace this common enemy, who knows, maybe we can actually start to make some kind of forward progressive movement.
Yeah, let's fucking hope. Thank you, Pyre. I appreciate it. Jonathan, you're up next. Go for it. What's up? Welcome in.
Well, I just think that that the Democratic Party really needs to get their shit together and stand up to Israel, stand up to all the corporate interests, because we are never going to get rid of this violent, horrible movement that is destroying this country unless we take a bold stance against it. You know what I mean? Some people are claiming that the Democratic Party is giving illegals free health care. I'm like, the Democratic Party doesn't even give their own fucking voters free health.
The Supreme Court is back in.
Sorry. Autoplay.
The Democratic Party doesn't even give their own goddamn voters free health care, right? And we got to start pushing them to actually deliver real transformative progressive results for their own voters, because if we do that, I think that we can stop MAGA from ever becoming a dominant movement ever again in this country's history if we actually eliminate the very anger that led people to turn to MAGA to begin with. So I'll just land there.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan.
That's not happening. That's not happening whatsoever.
All right,
it's been infused.
Hold on, Blackwing. I'm gonna get around. I'm going left to right, and then I'll come down and come. You'll be after Pink. Occupation. Go ahead, man. Occupation. You are muted. Go ahead.
Social media is like a huge educational platform for people that the government wants to keep in a state of amnesia. People are waking up. They're finding out at an accelerated rate what is going on with our government and these foreign pariah states. It is not gonna get any better. I don't think it's gonna get worse. They are buying up these things, but the younger generation that have already found out will migrate to a place that there is free speech. Trust me, they will. They're very innovative. There will be a new one out where they can't control. They're going to have to keep buying them all up in order to stop the educational process from taking place.
Fucking A. Yeah, I believe you. You got 10 seconds? You good?
That's it, man.
All
That's
right.
it. God bless Palestine.
Yeah. Thank you, man. And
Well,
if you're done before
use
your
last
timer
10
is up,
seconds to add to that, maybe?
10, do you want to yield your 10 seconds to Pyre?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
No
All right,
problem.
go ahead, Pyre. 10
I
seconds. You better
hope
hurry.
I hope they keep buying up everything,
I'm next
because
right
look at
after,
what
right?
happened in Nepal. And as soon as Nepal happened, as soon as they took away all the social media there, that's when revolution hit. So I hope they buy them up.
Fuck yeah. You'll be after Pink, Blackwing. Pink, go ahead.
Hey everyone, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
What we're doing here is important. I think what I witness is trying to pinpoint the moment in today and the division that is emphasized today, and I believe that we're missing the overall point that these conditions have always existed in our nation, and until the real promises of the Constitution are fulfilled, we will continue to be at a state of revolution, and we are ever increasingly inching toward that place of full removal and replacement of the corrupt, complicit government that we're existing under right now. This authoritarian administration is illegal on every level, including from the point of false pretenses. And so we're failing to recognize, identify, and wield the true power and authority that we have as the people in the Constitution of the United States and under the framework of the Declaration of Independence.
The Declaration needs to, and I thought about, matter of fact, reading that shit right here on this fucking show, because those words have a lot more meaning now than they've ever had in my lifetime. Blackwing, it's your time. Go ahead, man. And thank you, Pink.
Here's the fact here's the fact. I know I went on a ramble when I first came up here. The reason is I brought it up because we need to learn from our mistakes. This happened before. We have had basically brilliant scientists that literally basically stopped wars from happening by curing disease. So I'm literally saying this, when it comes down to this country, education and healthcare should be our first priority. Why in the big beautiful bill the Pell Grants cut? Why basically Medicare is cut? Why basically Social Security is cut? I'm literally go veteran benefits. I can go on, and I'm literally going like this. When it comes down to the MAGAs, they literally got to basically back this up, even though they know it's poor legislation. And it's the fact why the government is shut down. We haven't learned from our mistakes.
That's true. Well, maybe we will now.
It's the fact typhus.
Okay. Let me, real quick, because I actually have a fucking pocket constitution. It comes with the Declaration. Let me read this shit. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. There you go. Itty bitty, welcome in. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Is there a particular prompt? I'm sorry.
Well, we were talking about Zionism, the attempt to derail shit, and yeah.
Yeah, this is a forceful takeover of our country, and it's been in the works for decades, and it's literally woven into every fabric of part of our society at nearly every level. So I think it's the number one thing to freeing our country is fighting Zionism. And we need to realize that Israel and America are not two separate entities. Israel is an American outpost in the Middle East to destabilize the region and steal its resources. And we need to stop acting as if, the two are separate, and do not support anyone that supports Zionism. And just today being the 2-year anniversary of October 7th, I just want to say free Palestine and do everything you can to fight this, guys. They're trying to wipe out an entire population. And if they succeed with this, they're going to come after us next. And I yield my time.
Yeah, thank you, Itty Bitty. I would even go so far as to say that we are the outpost for Israel at this point, because it's almost as if whatever they want, we do.
Yeah, but that's because like whoever like created Israel is running the U.S. and Israel isn't even 100 years old,
Right.
But no, I see what you mean. It does seem like Netanyahu has Trump by the balls, but that's because they blackmail our politicians with, P3DO stuff that they've committed to get them to do their bidding.
Yeah, I think they had the Biden too, the Democrats, because look who passed the TikTok shit. We know why they want TikTok. We know why they wanted it to go away, because it was making them look bad. They were live streaming their atrocities, and so they were like, "Hey guys, you got to do something." And Joe Biden's like, "Yes, sir, I'll do whatever you want." Yes,
Yep.
That's fucking what happened. Now, C-Lolo.
BB says jump, and Trump says on who?
Yeah, he's like, well, my bone spurs, though, they kind of hurt, but I'll try. C-Lo, go ahead.
I'm really sorry. I actually have to go.
Oh, okay. Well,
But,
that's okay.
I'll try to be back, all right?
Yeah,
Everybody
thank
take
you.
care.
I appreciate it. See you. Have a good one.
By the way, I like you. You're fun. You're feisty. I like it.
Who's C-Lo?
I like it.
Yeah. So we've gone around the panel. So let me do another PSA. Guys, let's keep tapping. Let's get to 50K likes. We're at 30K. We're doing really good. Yesterday's people in the comments were kicking ass. We got up to 80K within like an hour and a half. So that was awesome. Let's see if we can't do that today. I do have a gifting goal, just 5 more donuts. I'd appreciate that. You can also go to the place that has cash and is an app, and $LibLoudMouth. If you want to buy me a coffee, you can do it that way as well. Let me just go back around, I guess. Pyre, start us all over again.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired, not tired, I will say, but we can't keep saying that like fascism is here and the Schnazis, or rather fascism is coming and the Schnazis are coming and it's all ramping up and it's in the no, they're here, guys. They're here. They sat in, they made themselves comfortable, they took off their shoes, they put their slippers on, they've already taken a shower, they took a shit in our toilet they didn't flush, right? They're here, right? It's just because they're disgusting people. They're here. It's here. Your plan now shouldn't be for what can I do with impending fascism. Your plan has to be, what can I do now that the fascism is ramping up? And now that we're so close to it finally coming for everyone, right? Because marginalized people have been screaming at us and screaming at everybody for years that eventually it was going to happen to us too. But what a lot of, I think, majority people and white people like myself are under the impression is that we're still safe because the fascism is still on its way. No. They're already going through all of the marginalized people, and now it's here. It's at your door.
That's right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I meant to do this during the commercial break. Let me play this clip, because I want MAGA especially to watch this fucking thing. I want them to see what their president thinks about people who harm children.
Trump is too busy slobbing BB's knob.
Yeah, well, let's listen to this. Just listen real close.
Say it. The Supreme Court is back in session. Yeah. They rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance at getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're open to?
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. So, but I'll speak. I will speak to the DOJ.
Why would she be a candidate for clemency, sir?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I'd have to ask DOJ. I didn't know they rejected it. I didn't know she was even asking for it, frankly. Steve?
This man cannot just fucking say, I am going to not pardon this bitch or commute her sentence. This man, and he said this shit before And we saw them give special treatment to this lady that trafficked these kids around.
Well, then he plays dumb. He's like, who?
Right. Oh, no.
Oh, I don't know.
I haven't
Doesn't
heard that
part.
name in a while. I don't know. What are you talking about? This
And
man
his
is
followers
a
eat it
sick
up.
fuck. Yeah.
That would be like any of us going, the Pope? Who's that?
And
Never heard
and
of
if
him.
he does pardon them, you watch, they're going to say, well, she was a victim of Epstein too.
Yeah.
Epstein got her when she was really young. That's really what happened. Or the courts railroaded her. She wasn't really a part of it.
Well, we already know from victim testimony that she was. So everybody else can fuck off because I'm so sick of them not believing these women. Like, it's just insane. This is a little bit of a different topic, but people literally think the flotilla was a psyop and that it was illegitimate, the Samud flotilla to Gaza.
Right.
I'm like, they said that the videos of them on the sea looked like a green screen. I'm like, did they fake the wind in their hair and the sun in their eyes as well? Oh my God. So it's
all fake. The
yeah,
world is
there's
fake.
people that literally don't believe anything. Like they think everything is a psyop.
If it goes against what they want to believe, yeah, for sure. All right, let me get. I'm gonna get back around the panel. So Jonathan, you'd be next. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and defer to the next individual. I'm just listening for now. I don't really have much to say.
Occupation, go ahead. I'll reset. Occupation.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
The conspiracy theories are part of it. They want them to swirl around. They want everyone confused. They want that amnesia to stay in place until the grift is over or until the creeping occupation begins or is fully installed. It is creeping. It's here. That's what I call it. And it's been somebody said it before. This has been in play for decades. Yeah, they're training ground. They've been training for this for decades, rotating U.S. police to their pariah state and training them as well. Our military trains with them. So to me, and I don't even have to name who it is, we all know, but it's creeping. Wait till the administrative detention comes in. That's where they abduct civilians and send them to a military court where they hold them without charges for 6 months and then can renew those charges based on a crime they haven't committed, a crime that they may commit in the future. That will be coming. That will be coming for the people that are dissidents that they consider opposition to their fascism.
People like myself. Yep, absolutely.
At
great
this point, I thought
Occupation.
I was small potatoes too, but you're right, Tim. It's fucking all of us. They have a team scrolling 24/7.
They literally admitted that they're paying people to sit there and go through people's social media. That's what they're doing. Absolutely are. And
when you have military boots on the ground,
and don't forget,
they are allowed to use administrative detention. That's why they're putting the military boots on the ground, so they don't have to use the judicial system.
Yeah.
Right. And don't forget, like that judge in South Carolina that ruled against handing over citizen voter registration to the federal government. Diane, can't remember her name. House burned down. Somebody said it was an explosion. Fucking police come out. They're like, okay, guys, hey, we're not going to jump to any conclusions here. Stephen Miller went on about it, complaining about the media going out. Oh, we don't want to incite people to violence by saying that this is arson before we know. Like, what the fuck was Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
You guys,
what the fuck? To say that.
You pretzel motherfuckers. Dip these people in cheese and eat these fuckers is what I say. Holy shit.
Gaslighting. I guess
it's so often that
Fucking
house
nuts.
fires get to such a blaze. I'm aware that fire grows, I think doubles in size every 10 seconds. But that entire family was inside and unable to escape the blaze.
They would jump out of the fucking window. The
They would,
81-year-old
but this
husband.
one just so happened to consume the entire first floor
Right.
while the family was inside.
Wait,
Get the
her
fuck
family
outta
was
here.
inside when that
Yes,
happened?
her husband, who's like 81 years old, had to jump out the window, broke a bunch of fucking bones getting out the window. So it was her son. I think there was 3 people in total inside the house. Yeah. So, and it's a massive house. I
So
imagine.
how did they get the video of the explosion? Was somebody just
I
filming
think somebody
that,
was
or
just
is it-
boating down the river. Yeah, because it's like on a swamp, like on a marsh.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're gonna just like the Trey in Mississippi. Yeah, that was a self-unaliving. That was a self-unaliving, and then
Oh,
Colin
right.
Kaepernick had to be the one to come out and be like, "What the fuck is this? We
Because
did our own autopsy."
Black men turn themselves into strange fruit all the fucking time.
Right.
All the time. It's a history. No, there is no fucking history of black men turning themselves into strange fruit. This country is gone.
What do you mean?
America is gone. Our country is no longer. The American experiment is fucking over. We need to cope with that and decide where the fuck to go from here.
Yeah, well, you know, you got to keep fighting. You got to keep fighting. Fuck them. Pink, go ahead.
Yeah, this is all powerful and meaningful stuff. What occupy and how occupying was described. I'm not sure if anyone has heard that there were dozens of military judge advocate generals that were sworn into positions of judges on the West Coast. And this is so that civilians can be abducted and tried under the UCMJ when Trump seizes wartime authority, unlawful wartime authority, based on the false pretenses of all the emergencies he's been declaring since J20. This is an illegal administration operating unlawfully and engaging with the full support of the Fraternal Order of Police in their unlawful enforcement of unconstitutional executive orders. And we have to name it for what it is, say it specifically, and resist it directly. We are certainly in a position for people to be talking about provisional government. This is language that's not common and has to be included in our conversations going forward.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we did here in the U.S. when fighting, you know, prior to the revolution. That's what they did. Provisional government. Yeah, because this one is gone. Like the country is, you know, are you really winning when you lose everything that you claimed you held dear? Like, yeah, Pink, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Blackwing. Every time I see your name, I think, remember Darkwing Duck back in the day? Do you guys remember that?
Yes.
That's what makes me think
yeah.
Darkwing Duck. Anyway, Blackwing, go ahead.
Because the duck's on the double.
Blackwing, are you still here? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm here. It's just basically, I do not get this country. I don't. If I say that we are literally in the hands of a literal psychopath, they will not believe me. Everything he's doing, Schmittler did before him. So did Fidel Castro. Currently, Kim Jong-un, which was literally passed down from his father, Kim Jong-il. If he is successful, of basically turning this country not only stupid but racially stupid, we could be seeing another purge of everybody that's basically different from the social norm.
Okay. Well, thank you, Blackwing. Who's next? Itty Bitty.
Yeah, they're actually like erasing history and information right now, which is something that happened in 1930s Germany with Schmittler. And historians have said that there's like 7 stages to get to complete authoritarianism, and we're at the 6th stage right now. I think the last one is like the government controls everything, like media, and they like consolidate all power and stuff. That's the last step, which I don't see being very far off. So I think we really need to be very like solution oriented, and as I said before, take direct action. And it only takes a small percentage of people to like make change in a society. So I think it's like 3%. I thought it was 13, but it says it's like 3%. That might not seem like a lot, but 3% of America is quite a bit. So what would that be? 3% of.
Well, 1% would be what, 100,000? Let me see.
Because there's 330 million in America, right?
Yeah, my maths isn't working anymore at my age. At 40, it was good. 41, I started to lose it. 43, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Don't use it, you lose it.
Of 330 million. All right, fuck it. This is why we have ChatGPT, right? Let's see.
It'd be like 10
so
million.
9.9 million. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say like 9 million.
So 3.3 million is the 1%. Okay. I said 300,000. I was way the fuck off.
So,
thank you, Corbin.
Rise up, guys. Rise up.
Yeah. No, okay, User. We got a new panelist. User, welcome in. User 33704000276B.
Yeah. It was Bad Bunny, but the MAGAs didn't like that, so they reported it. You see, so.
Not Bad Bunny.
That's funny.
Yeah. So I keep the picture and I change it every 7 days, and then it gets reported again. So that tells you about how little-minded these people are. It's pretty sad. So anyway, North America here, because I'm Canadian. I'm about North America. What the spew of the MAGA is getting stronger in Canada when it comes to our conservatives, and I'm just getting so tired of all this garbage. Last night, I want to tell you guys a little story. Last night, I was in a live where it was a MAGA run live, and they said, of course, they always ask the same question: why did you vote for Trump? And what's their first answer every time? Border control, correct? It's every time illegal immigrants. It's always the way they talk. So that's fine. But in this particular one, when they say that, then they say the next breath is that what they want to do is keep the illegal immigrants and kick out the Democrats. Now that's where we're at in this country now. We have people thinking that we're just these terrible people that should be kicked out of the country, or out of your country, or my country. They talk the same up here. And I'm tired of the hate, and I'm tired of all of this garbage. And it's, my God, I don't know how we save it. I really don't, but it's up to people like ourselves to rise above and fix all this bullshit. There you go.
Agreed. Well, thank you, Bad Bunny. I mean, user 3370400.
Can you believe they complain about my name? I mean, how small-minded
these people are so fucking sensitive. They cry over everything. They're the big, they came up with the snowflakes thing. They melt all the time. They're not even snowflakes. They're water, because they fucking melt the moment that they're created.
They're
it's crazy.
So I think you say that we have to save ourselves from it, User, but I would argue that we have to eradicate it, because in order to have a progressive world, you have to have a zero tolerance policy toward intolerance.
Yeah. Now, well, of course, maybe that was Thick's point earlier with the Zio term. But either way, guys, PSA time. Since we got through the panel, I'm about to open it up to open discussion for 10 minutes. And then after the 10 minutes, we'll go back to one-on-one or one at a time. So I'm looking for a gifting goal. Pumpkins, 40 pumpkins. If you want to support the show, please do that. You can go to the place where there's cash that is an app, and you can do $LibLoudmouth and buy me a coffee if you'd like to support it that way. Also, please keep tapping. Let's get to 50K. We are almost there. You guys are doing awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, shit. It's October. Thank you, user 33704002768. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was awesome, by the way. What is that?
Can I propose a topic for open discussion?
Well, sure, you can start us off. Matter of fact, I'll start the timer right now. Go for it.
Everybody wants to know, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? And I think I've always been curious as to how many people wanted to discuss it. Was thinking of holding lives of myself, like what you want your role in the quote unquote revolution to be, because obviously, right, everybody has different ability, different status, different economic status. They can't do. So what is it that you want to do? Because so many people think that they can't do anything, but everybody can be important in this. You just have to sort of brainstorm what you can do
I
with
want
what
to
you
point
got.
out, if I know it's easy to have a knee-jerk reaction to thing and want to say very terrible things on TikTok and other places, don't do that. You need to have a small core of people that you are in communication with in other places that are not public to have those conversations, and you need to keep these groups small. This is how they did it in Germany. They had small groups that were interconnected in small ways by one or two people, but their groups were very small, and they would organize in that way and pass information along. That's how you have to do it, because when they get one group of 5 or 6 people, then they have to go and get them all. So you have to start making these connections outside of the public and never make statements that is going to get you put in jail publicly.
Right. So what I mean, guys, is like what you think your general role could be. Like, are you a documenter? Are you a watcher? Do you have, hard drives where you can save stuff? Do you want to write all this stuff down just in case, the age of technology collapses? Like, it's more stuff like that. Like, don't get specific. Like, I just was like, so many people, I think, just sort of sit back and go, oh, my hands are tied and there's nothing I can do, without thinking of like how important the micro things are too, like feeding your neighbor. Like, do you like to cook? Like anything really.
Well, boy, I hope we're not to the age where mutual aid is our only option, because I think that will be a sign that we have failed to fix things. I think that for me at least, one of the things that I try to do, I'm a writer, and I pop into Liberal Loudmouth live here because I enjoy his live.
And
so
I
much,
appreciate you, sir.
one of the things for me that I'm trying to do is to showcase the slide that we got, that this wasn't a cliff that we fell off of. We didn't end up here in 2016. We didn't end up here, this February. That the place we're in was a slow, long slide into this particular moment in time for America. And I think that's important because when we look towards solutions, or we look towards paths to fixing this, or regaining power for people, you've got to be able to understand, or at least see that, that there wasn't like this perfect moment in 2010 that we've got to get back to, or even 2000 or 1992, right? That this has been a long time coming. This has been building and building. That's one of the things I try to do, is to, write about that at America's Undoing, and I talk about it here. I end up sounding like a broken record, I'm sure, but
yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. That's absolutely true. Now, I know it like talking about having sales, which is basically what I was suggesting. Somebody pointed that out in the comments. That doesn't mean that we're to that point, but you have to organize before it gets to that point, because when it does get to that point, it's going to be harder to do that, right? It's going to be much harder
I'd
to
like to
create those
contribute on
sales. So you got to be proactive in this shit. So doing that doesn't mean that it's all lost. It just means that you're getting ready for, in case it does fucking happen. Expect the worst and hope for the best, and that's the way people should operate. Now, I want to make clear, guys, open discussion. You all can jump in and just talk. That's what this is about.
Yeah,
You
so
can just have conversations. Go for it.
I just wanted to piggyback off of what Corbin mentioned around community aid, right? And the importance of all of the facets needed in order to mount an effective resistance. Community aid is only one of the necessary components, and like Liberal was just saying, establishing it beforehand will be much more effective in the resistance being mounted, because we are definitely heading in a very specific direction And the timetable, the length of this duration is entirely upon the shoulders of the people. We will endure the suffering until enough people say, no more, not one more inch. So community aid is necessary, and establishing it now before it's the only option is so vitally important in our communities. And it's only one thing, right? It's rallying in the streets. It's witnessing effectively, documenting, knowing how to address these situations, being mentally prepared as we approach them, confronting unlawful enforcement representatives, demanding proof of authority. These are masked, these are anonymous people on our streets, and we know fully well that they're Boogaloo Boys and they're Patriot Front and they're J6ers and the other dingbats that are out there stomping in their fucking jackboots, right? We know this, and demanding proof of authority, resisting verbally, not physically, peaceful protests, flash mobs. These are all meaningful means of resistance that are necessary in this moment and more.
I just wonder, though, is because what that requires is people mobilizing around an idea of salvaging freedom and democracy, of salvaging an America that largely didn't exist for a lot of people. You know, like we're seeing now images of, like you say, mass people picking people up off the street. This has been something that's happened over the course of decades and decades to people in poor communities, especially Black people, people of color in general. You know, the problem is that what we're seeing is an escalation and an unmasking, no pun intended.
The veil has been removed. Yes, absolutely.
So, yeah, right. And so my worry is that trying to rally people around saving something that basically didn't exist for a whole lot of people already is complicated. And I think that's one of the reasons that the 2024 message of Save Democracy didn't land any better than it did, is because people felt through gerrymandering and Citizens United and all the various things that have eroded our democracy over the years, that there wasn't really one to save. And that's the reason I'm at least fearful that it's going to take a more broad-based vision. It's something bigger than saving something that was already broken, and more rebuilding, I think, or reconstructing.
That is something that absolutely needs to be done, but I feel like that can happen at the same time, right? Like simultaneously, you can work on that, what it looks like to begin with, because I just read from the Declaration, it talks about that very thing.
It's exactly the role.
So I wonder, is you got this No Kings coming up on the 18th, right? Will we see, like what I saw the last time we went to No Kings was very little cohesion of message other than stop this, right? And I wonder, are we going to get to the point where this movement has stop this and do X? You know,
it really has to.
This ain't no movement. This ain't no movement. This is a shit show, because I'm literally going like this. MAGA, I want to put this in your head that you can understand. You paid for CK's funeral. I want to, because here's the thing. Air Force 2, we paid for. That whole bagpipe salute, we paid for it. That whole stadium, here's the thing though. How you get into a whole stadium with a bunch of people that don't buy tickets? Who pays for that?
How does this relate to resolving and having solutions to deal with this fascist shit?
They don't want solutions. They want a shit show. They want a Jerry Springer show with weapons and pumes to literally cause us to be irrational, illiterate, addicted, and also basic. We're technically Donald Trump's reality TV show 2.0.
Well,
with a little bit.
You're fired. Fired.
Fire me,
Hey,
please.
Tim,
Please, I don't know what it means, but
I heard my name. Hold on, I heard my name. Hold on. I heard my name. Who's that, and what do you want? What do you need?
It was Val. I just wanted to say some breaking news right now that's currently going on.
Okay.
Supreme Court is currently hearing the arguments about removing the ban on conversion therapy for minors.
Oh God. Oh,
Yes,
about
that
to
was
remove it.
happening today.
So what is the argument that's in the case? Like, what are they
free
saying?
Speech. So they're saying that so currently it's based off Colorado's laws, which says that you can't do conversion therapy on minors. Conversion therapy being trying to using God and everything like that to make someone think that they're straight or they're cisgender, stuff like that. Most states, I think it's 29 states, have banned it. The Supreme Court is currently hearing the argument stating that these laws actually infringe on free speech.
Interesting. I mean, this is something else we need to add, which is leave the fucking medical doctors alone. Stop politicizing this shit. If a fucking doctor thinks that it's going to help a patient, I'm so tired of lawyers trying to tell them what they can and can't fucking do. Like, just let them do that.
That's where the state stepped in, because the doctors, every major medical study has shown that conversion therapy does not work.
And this is a religious therapist that is claiming First Amendment persecution.
Yes, they're saying that this law restricts my right on how I speak to a patient. It's been upheld by every other court, but she appealed to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court. So her entire basis is that I need to treat a patient, and that includes maybe talking about God.
Because she can't talk. Wow, they're going to rule in that favor. If it's religion, they're going to rule that way. This court is gone. This court is lost. This is a rogue court. Trump owns this shit. I think Epstein owns this shit. I don't know what the fuck it is. Catholic Church owns this shit. We cannot rely on them. They are gone.
I was reading a news article about it today that the Supreme Court is currently creating a dual state, which is what Schmittler did.
Yeah, Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote about this in one of her footnotes back in the CASA case.
Yeah, and that's when you look at it and you actually look at like
There's rules for everybody else, and then there's rules. And fucking Hitler did this too.
I told you. Here's the fact why I brought this shit up as well. This is a ongoing, repeated process. I'm sounding like a fucking Alex Jones conspiracy theorist that's basically got facts to.
I agree. You are sounding like an Alex Jones conspiracy theorist.
Damn.
But what's funny is we can see, like, we make these analogies, right? We make these connections. This happened in the 30s, right? And that sort of thing. And we attribute a lot of the same systems that are being put in place. I mean, like literally now, there was one executive order that allows for citizens to sign up on a portal to join the National Guard Rapid Response Force to control crime, which sounds pretty brown shirty to me.
Yeah.
A little bit.
This sounds off topic, but somebody mentioned Alex Jones. So
would you like to know more? This reminds me of Starship Troopers.
No, I had an uncle that that lived in Sandy Hook, and he was born in Lyd, Palestine, and he also built Abrams tank engines with my father.
I
know it's off topic, but it was Sandy Hook, and that is not a conspiracy theory. That is actual fact.
I gotta be honest with you. At first, I thought you were gonna say I had an uncle who was a gay frog, and that's just because
they're turning the frogs.
I'm not
something
okay.
you will never hear. Something you would never hear. A Palestinian man that was born before the state of Israel was created came to the United States, worked with his brother at a U.S. Army engine plant, and built Abrams tank engines, and was living in Sandy Hook. His widow still lives in Sandy Hook. And she's born in Palestine. My aunt.
I'm not sure I understand the connection there. I don't know.
That's all. When you mentioned Alex Jones, and conspiracy theories and stuff, that ain't no conspiracy theory. Them are facts.
Gotcha.
I just want to respond to a comment.
Could I go back to what we were talking about earlier when you said, because I think a lot of us that realize that, this has been a slide, we like to try to tell people like Project 2025 is actually just the Heritage Foundation mandate for leadership. It's been around since the 80s, right? My problem is with what you were saying, I think it's a great concept to say, like, we can't allow people to try to have this nostalgia for something that never existed. But for a country that's so largely visual, I think if we don't give them something visual, something that they can relate to, something that they can feel, and something that they can know to look forward to, then it would just be hopeless for them. I think that people need this, like, image, almost this mind's eye image, and this feeling of freedom and home, American, apple pie. Like, they need something like that to hold on to be able to
That's
fight. But what do we give them? Because all those things are a myth. So
that's
what
a
do we
great
replace them with?
yeah, that's a great point, Pyre.
And I just oh, I just wanted to pop in and say something real quick.
Okay.
I just wanted to respond to one comment that I saw, and it's just the only reason we know their playbook. The only reason we can't stop it is because because the only way fascism has ever been stopped was with a violent overthrow. You look at World War II, both Italy and Germany and Japan. You look at Franco in Spain. They all were fascist, and the only way that they got rid of them was through either war or violent overthrow. We have no
Okay,
playbook
I'd
on
just
how
like
to
to
defend
jump
against
in
these
here
lies.
and caution
Fascism was
that
stopped in
yesterday's
America.
live was booted because of the language around
I'm
that
just
specific
I was
word.
just saying that. I'm not saying I'm
I'm
encouraging
just
it or
offering
anything.
yesterday's experience.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Pink. I was literally just thinking that right when you said that, so I'm glad you brought that up, because yesterday we got bananaed, and this again, if you're gonna talk about stuff like this is why you need that small group of people that you fucking know and trust. Because if you do it in public, you're gonna get fucked. Okay, and then you can't be there to help.
We stopped it.
Resist it. Do what,
in America,
Corbin?
FDR stopped that. I mean, there was the right. If you look at Madison Square Garden in the 20s and 30s, there was like a big rally of those folks that were there. That were ascendant in Germany, and the New Deal Dems were able to step in and replace that with something else, and it wasn't through violent means. It was through hope and through ideas that actually got implemented. The funny thing is, like the thing I was going to say earlier, and I'll land it really quickly here, is that we see the parallels to 1930s Germany, and we see them through the lens of the administration. But what we're failing to see, I think, is the similarities between Weimar and Vichy and other places. Like, if you look at New York, you see Cuomo taking money from the same Trump donors, right? Still running against Zoran Mamdani. You see basically the Democratic Party bowing up. So it's very similar, where these folks that are running the Democratic Party now are actually more afraid of the Democratic Socialists or something than they are of this administration and their work. That the funny thing is that you see the same mistakes being made by the opposition, which is, we want to fight this, but not going your direction.
No, I totally agree with you on that, on the last part at least. And that's why I think they're pushing Newsom so hard. They've already pulled the fucking wool over the eyes of people. It's more corporations. It's more, and almost like sometimes I question myself. I'm like, are they even in on this shit? You know what I mean? Like, are the people that are leading our party in on the shit that's going on right now?
Yeah.
Yes, they are, 100%.
They have the same corporate donors.
Right. And so
100%
when I see somebody come up here and they're like, oh, we got to go for this guy. Oh, look, he's mean tweeting again. I'm like, oh my God, is that really all it took for you? What? I don't, and if that's the case, we are fucked.
No kidding.
If that is the case, we are absolutely fucked.
If you want to make these people more, back in the day, I'm 61, so I'm going back a ways, and used to have a show called Phil Donahue back in the day. Okay?
I remember Phil Donahue. Don't say back in the day. I'm not that old.
Me neither. I remember him too.
But what his show was about, open forum, open mic. Let's put somebody on the spot. Let's put a Donald Trump in the middle of a stage without his people, without anybody, just him and an audience. And let's see how he fails. And he would fail. Without a doubt, he would fail. Hesketh would fail. There's many
And that's
people
why
on
we're
the
never going to see
Democrats
anything like
would
that.
fail. But what I'm saying is we need to, if these people want to make the money that they're making and they want to do the job that they want to do and they want to represent your country, they want to represent my country. Same thing up here. I would love to go back to these open forums and having these people sit and listen to the public and hear. I would just love to see them all fail because they would.
Well, the town
Yeah,
halls have
there's-
proven that they will not sit under that
Right.
type of microscope.
That
They will not
scrutiny.
sit with it. They will not sit for it. They will not engage in it.
Yep.
And, the phrase that I use is paralysis by parallels, right? We're all standing and pointing and saying 1939 and Weimar Republic and appeasement. So we're all seeing it and we're all standing up and pointing at it, and no one is offering what the next level of resistance is. And the next level of resistance has to include being in the streets, and it has to include financial resistance. It has to include withholding of labor. It has to include new messages of resistance around the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and the true authority of the people and the power that we wield. It's a multifaceted resistance approach that is necessary because we are being hit with a fire hose of false information that covers up all of the actual events that are taking place. So it's not just one thing. It's not just one solution. It is the entire body of this government. It must be removed and replaced.
Yeah. I mean, it's if you don't get all of the cancer, it comes back. And I think that may have been the mistake back during the Civil War, is that we listened to them crying during Reconstruction. Why are you mean to
Everybody
me?
wants to
I
live
only
along,
hated
right?
those people. We
It's
both
possible.
hate those people.
How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. It's possible.
It's possible. Yeah, I mean, this is, and I've never been in a fascist regime before. So all of this is new to everybody.
God, this is my first time too.
Yeah, right? We'll just experience it for the first time together.
Everybody, let's watch and find out together. Hold hands.
Exactly. No, I mean, so these conversations are important, and especially to listen to everybody when they have an idea, because that one idea that may just come off the top of somebody's head may be a great one. And that's why having people offer those thoughts are important. But that's also why you need to. And for example, I'm going to do this because I've been thinking about doing some things outside of this. It won't be on this server, but you will know what happens when it happens through this server. This is my Discord server. So go here to keep in contact with people, because that way if I get bananaed or whatever, you'll find places to go and continue those discussions or whatever. If you do join that Discord server, you won't be able to see anything at the beginning. I'll have to go in and manually approve it. And please change your name to what your TikTok handle is so I know who everybody is. But anyway, there are things coming, I guess is the point. Now, the open discussion is now over. We're going to do one at a time. Everybody's going to get a timer, and we're going to go around the panel a couple of times. And guys, we have hit 54K. Please keep tapping. Let's get to 75K now. That's the next goal, 75K. I do have pumpkin latte goals. I need 50 of them. If you'd like to support the channel, please throw some my way. They're delicious. Pyre, you start us off. We'll just go left to right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just kind of holding on to what I said earlier about imagery, because I just noticed as we're talking about reality TV, and they like him because he's mean tweeting, and it really just is the same across the board. People want images, they want drama, they want excitement, they want something to hold on to and to cling to. So what's the imagery that we need to build in order to get them to want to live in the America or the country that comes, whatever it's going to be called, that comes after fascism? Because they just want to go back to, baseball, and when a good old American meal was a hot dog and everybody had, they don't want to deconstruct. We're going to have to do that work for them, unfortunately, because a lot of people are lazy. But what's the imagery that we're going to attach to that work that's going to get people to cling to this moving forward notion instead of going back to when things were quote unquote great?
I think you bring up a very, very poignant point. That is, and somebody that has artistic abilities and can create those images or whatever, and then coupled with a writer, say Corbin, for example, to come up with, slogans, what have you. I think that's also important, because all negative all the time, all fear is not good. It puts people in anxiety and they don't feel like they can do anything. Giving them hope, showing that thing that's on the other side of it, I think is very powerful, Pyre. And I'm glad you brought that up again, because I think we kind of got away from that. But I mean, I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts on that. Like, what do we do? What does that look like? Val, go ahead.
Honestly, I don't have hope for the American future, and I've talked about it plenty since I've been back. I think the experiment needs to end. It clearly doesn't work. And it's why even locally I've been pushing for more independence from the federal government. And it's why I throw my support behind the groups that I do. I think that the future of America looks bleak, but I think what comes out will look even better. And I hope people are ready for that day.
When there's darkness, there's always light. Like I'm literally saying,
Well, hold on, Blackwing, hold on,
light.
hold on. If Val's timer's still going, I'm going to put your time back.
Thank you.
Yep. I think you're at
think
25 or so. There you go. Sorry, go ahead, Val.
And that's why I look at the end of the tunnel. But with the Dems constantly just being in on everything, allowing all of this to fail and to fail the American people, what do I have to look forward towards as a 24-year-old? I've been 24 in a month. I don't have a life. I won't have a life in the future, unfortunately. And that's why I say, when this is come down, let's get it restarted. Because the American experiment is over.
Okay, so, like, I understand that, and, like, I know why you would feel that way, but we had bad actors come in and do bad things, right? And this can happen to any system, no matter how good it is. It could happen in the Netherlands. It could happen in Sweden. It could happen in Norway. So you know what I mean? I don't know that the system itself was fucked up. It's just that the people weren't paying attention and allowed the propaganda to get them to do these things, which could happen anywhere. So do we think that it's fair to say that?
Personally,
you know what I mean? That the experiment didn't work because somebody came in and did something really fucked up? I don't know.
I will say this. As long as I've been alive, America has been going down this path. I mean, even before I was alive, America was going down this path. And the natural conclusion of this path does not work out for everybody, unfortunately. And that's kind of how I view it. And like I said, it's been a long-term system that's just been boiling over and boiling over and boiling over, and eventually that pot's going to explode. And I think that's the point we're at. And it's sad. But I know it can happen anywhere. But the fact that it's infested and infected America to the point that it is at today, the system's untenable.
Okay. I mean, that's an opinion. I appreciate it, Val. Occupation, did you want to add something? Go ahead.
Yes. My voice has always been going on. I've been, like he said, since he was born, 24 years. I told you guys before where I lived 30 years ago, right after the Oslo Peace Accords. I lived in the West Bank, And it's my obligation. I have 4 American-born children that both of their grandfathers were born in the same erased town of Lid, Palestine. I wish I went and lived in another country because I wouldn't be able to say that they're influencing the United States as much as the place that I lived in, that I know so much about, that people shut me down and they use the tactic of calling me an anti-Semite just because I know a lot about what has taken place, what is taking place, who's taking over our government in these past couple of years at an accelerated rate of a planned takeover that has been going on in a training ground 6,000 miles away.
Yeah, I mean, and that may be the connective tissue that was the downfall with the Democrats and Republicans, was that because they found a way to infect both parties.
Yes.
And essentially, I mean, I've got a video.
You won't allow any other country to do that.
Yeah,
we wouldn't allow any other country to do it.
And
ironically, their lobbyist group is not registered as a foreign state lobbyist group.
Right. And when they tried, our president happened to find a bullet lodged inside of his head.
Yep.
And I make no claims there. I'm just saying that those two things happened, quite simultaneously. I've got a video here. Of course, I've got a lot of videos. I need to organize these things better. But of Cory Booker, as an example, back in 93, I think, dancing around. He's got a rabbi dressed as a clown on his back when he was, I guess, as a Rhodes Scholar. And he just happened to become, a politician. I don't know.
You know what neighborhood Colin Powell grew up in? I do.
No.
It wasn't an Irish neighborhood, let's say that. Do you know where Blinken's family is from? Dąbrowa, Poland. My family is from Dąbrowa, Poland. My great-grandmother landed in Ellis Island. She didn't go jump on a boat like Blinken's family and kick my dad out of his town in Palestine.
That's interesting. That's where Milkowski is from.
Yep. The 2 Zionist youth groups were formed in my great-grandmother's town and is the largest Zionist group in Israel today. Dąbrowa, Poland was where they were formed. That's why Blinken is so key to this thing that took place. Like I said, he was a big player in it in 2022 to begin this.
That's interesting. Really. I'm going to look that up because I hadn't, I wasn't aware
I know.
of that. But
when I found out,
maybe there are more ties to that area.
Out your Blinken comes from the same town as your great grandmother you grew up with. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, thank you, Occupation. I appreciate that. Pink, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks. I just want to emphasize that I'm only trying to amplify the things that have been shown to me by the people that have been seeing it for much longer than I have. And one of the symptoms that we're living under right now is the fact that our elected representatives are not representing their constituents. Regardless of what state we're in, our government is consistently voting against and operating against the best interest of the people. And that's why I always return back to the authority of the people and the authority and responsibility vested in us by the Constitution, that this unlawful, illegal administration is not representative of the country and, is not representative of the people, although they are a valid representation of a portion of the country. This government being illegal must be removed and replaced. And the only process that affords that is a provisional government.
So, I mean, what, practically speaking, what do you think that looks like? Because if people were to meet as they did, here back prior to the revolution, like if we did that today, it would be rated by any number of 3-letter agencies. So Like, what does that look like? Like, Zoom
Well,
call?
the Texas Democrats modeled it for us already this year. There has to be a unified stand outside of DC. The representatives that have meaningful, integrity-based representation have to withdraw from DC, make a public, unified stand and statement from a symbolic location such as Philly or DC, and declare this government unlawful and unconstitutional. That's the very first step in establishing a public understanding and declaration for a provisional government.
So doing it publicly, I mean, that's like pew pews fired there, right? A bunch of
We're at that place.
Yeah,
We're
I mean,
at that place.
I see what you're saying. That's a bold move, and that would be an interesting, thing to see. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Pink. Corbin, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm hoping that
it doesn't go to that point.
Dark, man.
This is
right? Dark.
No, I'm with you.
I still, I mean, I still, whatever reason, maybe I'm naive, I don't know, but I still believe that there is commonality, like we were hearing about imagery earlier, we've tried, different movies and videos and short films. We used to have things like the World's Fair to get people excited about being alive and being American and where we were headed. And I think people are getting more and more dissatisfied with being American. It's at the all-time low of being proud to be an American. More and more people are turning against this genocidal regime. We're seeing, I think, the mindset turn. It just needs a political vehicle and mechanism to make it a reality and to build that power. And I don't know, the problem is you do got to be able to say, hey, the Supreme Court is corrupted and done, and we need the power to remove them and impeach them, which means you need a supermajority in the House and the Senate to do that. So, I get the level of power that you would need to do this in a legitimate, by the book kind of way is pretty strong and might seem insurmountable. But I still think that's as possible as the other wild ass solutions that involve ARs or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, and I've said this before. Like, we're gonna really, I think the conversations will change dramatically after 2026 when we see what actually happens and what that midway through the presidency government looks like. If you end up with troops at the polling places arresting, quote, immigrants while people are trying to vote. You know what I mean? Like, I'm afraid that may happen, and when that does happen, if it doesn't go the way that we're talking about, these conversations become a lot more meaningful and
Telegram oriented.
And yes. Right, and I hold on to your hope, Corbin. Like, I also shared that feeling, but we cannot wait until that point comes. You have to be prepared that point will come. That's what I'm proposing. It's like, look, we can still hold on to this notion, but you prepare for shit that may, in fact, go bad. And this is true in all aspects of your life. You should be proactive in trying to avoid the worst things, right? Doing things to mitigate that. So, I think it's important to do them both at the same time. But I don't know.
Can I say two things real quick, Tim?
Well, I mean, Sparky will be next, and then we can get around. I'll open the panel back up after this. Sparky,
no worries.
Sparky, please go ahead and welcome in.
Hey, good afternoon. Guys, I'm not going to, I feel bad for that 24-year-old kid because he sounds very defeated. We're all in the same mindset, but until a charismatic leader emerges, we're going to just be floundering like we are. I mean, face it, if Obama had not been elected in 2008, we would have already been in the middle of this. The Heritage Foundation has been priming this pump for 40, 50 years. I mean, they silently took little elections all over the country, and Trump was the catalyst. Now, like I said, had Obama not been elected, somebody at Mitt Romney or somebody else would have been the catalyst. It just, I don't believe the American experiment is over. I think it's just going through a phase. We went through this phase before with Ford and Lindbergh and all them back in the 30s. When these other people start feeling it, they'll change their minds. We just have to hold out hope for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Sparky, you could be right. Like, for example, if this dude, pardons Ghislaine, I think a lot of his people are going to be like, bro, what? And they'll just slowly start leaving, and that's a good thing. But I mean, damn, I don't know. Like, at this point, they're just unaliving people without any due process at all, and they're like, yeah, that's great. They're rappelling from Black Hawk helicopters, arresting everybody in apartment buildings, taking naked children out, putting people in fucking U-Haul vans, checking to see if they're illegals, and then letting them go after they've ransacked their apartments and shit. And those people are still on board with this. I don't know, man.
Well,
I
agree with that. I do agree with that. But, there's going to be a flashpoint. But without a charismatic leader, we're just going to keep floundering. Somebody needs to advance through the fray and be the voice, because without that, we're too discombobulated and too far out there, And right now, their voice is the Heritage Foundation that's pushing propaganda like I've never seen. Has anybody ever seen the United States government put out so much propaganda on so many social media sites?
Yeah. Speaking of that, let me show you what Trump posted. Fucking when was this? Yesterday? No, 2 days ago. This is the most ridiculous shit. And I don't even understand it. But he's bitching about Al Sharpton, and he posts this picture. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this man? And it's like AI bullshit constantly. The propaganda is for real.
I mean, even on Facebook, F-Book, whatever, and Blue Sky and Substack. I mean, coming out of the DHS and the FBI and all the videos that they got going on, we're paying for that. We're paying to get ourselves propagandized. It's maddening that we're paying for that. This administration is blowing through money like it's got an unlimited money tree in the backyard. And Republicans are going to pay a price for this. I believe that we will get a midterm election. I'm going to hold out hope for that. That will be my bar, is if some reason we don't have a midterm election. And people have got to go to jail for this. Nobody went to jail after January 6th.
And I think that's why they may hold on to it. And the video I played at the very beginning of this, that guy was making that point. He was like, because they know they're going to go to jail, Stephen Miller, all these fucking ICE agents, all these Proud Boys and shit, they're going to need to stay in power in order to keep from it. And we've seen these fuckers have no bottom. And I want to point something out real quick.
I agree with that.
With the propaganda. Let me show this video real quick. It's real short. Here we go. This fucking dotard.
What about the layoffs? Well, I call them Democrat layoffs. They're Democrat layoffs. They're causing it. We're ready to go back. We have a record-setting economy. We have a record-setting country. Prices are way down. We're doing better than the country's ever done. And the Democrats hate seeing that. It's up to them. Anybody laid off, that's because of the Democrats. Thank you.
So, I mean, he's like, yeah, we're going to lay people off, and it's the Democrats' fault when I lay them off. We're going to lay people off, but it's the Democrats' fault. They did this because our economy is so great, which is bullshit. Fucking price of coffee is about to go up 20%. Fucking everything's getting more expensive. Yeah, you've got, I want to play this real quick. This fucking farmer, just look at this. And this motherfucker has the audacity to get up there on national TV and say this economy is great. Just listen to what this fucking farmer says. Let me put this video up. This is the reality here. This right here.
Well, like we talked earlier, we went from 12 billion to zero. And then, as a farmer, we get up one morning and you give Argentina, which is our second biggest competition in the world. They're the largest exporters of soybean meal in the world. So I get up one morning, I turn the news on, and you give $20 billion of taxpayer money to my competition. And then the Chinese buy, I think the figure is 30 or 40 containers, ships, which is about 65,000 metric tons per ship, which is like 2.2 million bushels. So they buy 12 or 14 billion dollars worth of soybeans from the Argentinians after the tax holiday. And here's the caveat to it. They give $2.30 over the November board, while I'm getting 50 cents under the November board. So that makes the Argentinian soybeans about $12.42 a bushel. I think that's the real figure they gave. So all my premium went.
Yeah, I mean, like the level of bullshit that comes out of here and these people eating it up. I don't know, man. I don't know if they'll come around or not. Well, I guess we'll see.
You know, yesterday I spent some time with my sister-in-law, who's very educated, an RN with her BSN, and she made the statement to me that she thinks Robert F. Kennedy is doing a wonderful job.
Well, they did it all for the tism.
And I said
so
to
they
her,
could get
I
that
says,
schism.
You know, I've learned in my life to never take medical advice from a junkie. You know what her response was? At least he was strong enough to quit.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, it was the brain worm that helped him, I think. Now, real quick,
what's a
let me
grown-up
do
way?
guys,
We
hold
don't know that.
on, real quick, wait, hold on. PSA, real quick, guys. We are almost to 75K. Let's get there. We have 11,000 to go. Please keep tapping. I appreciate it. Gifting goal is up there. I need 50. We've got 32. Again, the cash in the app, Lib Loudmouth on there with the $sign in front. You can support this show. I'm going to open the panel up. You guys are welcome to jump in and say what you'd like, although I'd like to start with Val because Val was trying to say something earlier and hadn't got to Val yet. So it'll be 10 minutes of that. Please go ahead, Val. Val, you can start it off. Val may have a customer. Okay, go ahead, guys. Whoever wants to go for it.
Yeah, I just, the fever's going to break. I don't know what's going to have it break, but maybe you're right with the, I can't remember now. I'm out walking the dog and I lost my train of thought. But yeah, the fever's going to break. But in order for us to get behind Chris, we have to have a leader. And right now we don't have anybody that's carrying the torch. James Talrico from Texas, he's starting to do a good job. But somebody really needs
I think he needs to be
out.
more aggressive.
Yeah, he's very
I actually
gentle
think one of the
guy.
problems is that we've put too much of our hope in an individual charismatic leader as opposed to an agenda or a group. I mean, like, I look back
That's
at
fair.
Gingrich's plan back in the day when they were going against Clinton in the Clinton White House, and they had this contract for America. There was 100 of them on the steps of the Capitol or so that were really endorsing this pledge. So, because I think that, if the fever breaks, if there is something that is built to be different than the former status quo that can compete with this status quo, then it can't be, I don't believe, in the hands of an individual that's leading us. Because I think if it is one person, they're much easier to corrupt or to get, to be feared into complacency or whatever. And then it's just super duper hard for one person to do anything by themselves. I mean, this isn't a single person can solve it problem. This is like a huge coalition of people. And one of the funny things that's happening to me is that you've got all of these people like AOC, Bernie, or this cat in Texas, and Abdul Al-Said, Michigan, and Graham Plantner in Maine, and they're all running these individual siloed campaigns like Shoykat Chakrabarty and all of these people, and they're not really saying that together we're going to do X, together we're going to do Y. They ask us to unite, right? They ask the American people to unite, to stand against it.
I think it's important to highlight that they're trying to represent their constituents and not the nation. They're trying to amplify the voices of the people that are supporting them.
That's true.
Right? Which is what the role of a representative is.
See, that's where I would disagree.
Well,
I don't
think
think
our
that
issue,
San Francisco
I think our issue is
can-
the galvanizing moment, the galvanizing message, the galvanizing leader, which we seem to be lacking right now. But looking to these new politicians, these new representatives that are coming up and saying the things that their constituents want to hear, absolutely valid. I fully support every single one of them in all of their individual spaces, 100%.
Now, they
because we need
could-
new people.
They could say the things that they're getting elected with their people and simultaneously, we are working together with other Democrats across the country for a unified voice, etc.
Well, they're not Democrats. That's the thing. Democrats are the problem.
Whatever.
The DNC is the problem.
Whatever.
They have to be the new voices. They have to separate themselves from the establishment. They have to speak clearly, definitively, specifically. They have to call it out individually so that we can collectively get behind them and say, yes, we too.
Yes.
Well, until we get ranked choice voting, it's going to be a Republican or a Democrat.
Can I respond to which one?
Sure.
Real quick.
Yeah,
Just really quick. And it's that the idea that what Michigan needs or San Francisco needs or Texas needs or my district, East Tennessee, I'm in Tennessee too, the idea that it can be separated from the other districts or the other states, I think is part of the problem. That we think that the needs and the will of the Michigan people is substantially different than the needs and the will of Tennesseans or Californians. And that separation, that idea that I'm representing only Tennessee 2 or only Tennessee House District 57 or whatever, and then I can do that alone, I think is a big part of the problem. And then we're waiting for this presidential candidate, essentially, which means that we have to wait until 2028. And I think that's too late.
Yeah.
I think you're making both sides of an argument right there.
Okay.
No, I'm just making the one is that we need unity first before 2028. We need to not rely on the individual political candidate that, right now, as American politics works, is we wait on a presidential campaign to unite. That's what unites all the groups and all the different candidates.
Michigan needs more salt spreaders than Tennessee, so you're negating the obviousness of the difference of spaces, right? They need different representation. They need different voices. And in those differing voices, they must then come together and say, this is our unifying message. But each of those spaces needs their powerful individual representatives, just like Jasmine in Texas, right? She is most necessarily needed in Texas and in Congress, which is why we've only heard a very minimal amount of talking around any candidacy that she might be considering or being championed for, right? Because each of these individual spaces need their voices heard in order to be able to come together collectively in a unified message.
Very true. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
But they're not coming together. That's what I'm saying. Jasmine Crockett,
well,
Alexandria.
they're not moving at your pace.
Pardon me?
They're not moving at your pace. You don't know what they're doing when they're not in the public eye.
I do know what they're doing. I do know what some of them are doing.
Well, if we don't know what they're doing, that's a problem. If we don't know if they're actually having some kind of a unification with others, that's a problem. They should tell us these things. This should be open in public spaces.
I don't disagree with that. Transparency is vital.
Last time I checked, they worked for me, and when I'm the boss, don't I set the pace? Because I'm losing my rights at a way faster pace than they're working.
Exactly.
So I think they need to pick it up a little bit.
I'm going to get my pitchforks.
Voices have to become louder.
We all need to get pitchforks.
The people are going to need to stop some of this crap. I mean, we have no power right now.
That's not true.
We have all the power. We're not wielding it.
That's not true. Your dollar and your voice is the best tool that you have.
Absolutely.
Boycott and show up to these people's offices. Call their phone lines, email them. I know people have lost faith in politicians and the voting system, but we cannot let these people have a moment of peace. That's how they've been getting away with it. We haven't, didn't they revolt over them raising the price of tea like a 3%? And look what they're doing now, and nobody's doing anything. People are apathetic, and we need to take more direct action for sure. We should not wait for someone figure to come along and save us. Nobody's coming to save us. We have to work on community for sure and organization.
And I would say being there present, go to their offices is better than calling, because I don't think they give two fucking shits if they get 1,000 calls saying the same thing. They're going to do whatever they're going to do, and their legislative assistants, they'll create a spreadsheet of, if they care, they'll create a spreadsheet, and you'll just be a number on the issue.
Yeah, so that's what.
Yeah,
someone said that they're just shutting their town halls, though. Like, so you have to find these people out
where
when
they
they're
are.
like working,
Correct.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's people doing this, but there's not enough, and I think that's more of what we need to do. Definitely.
And then, but if you organize now, they're going to try to fucking RICO your ass. This is what Donald Trump has been talking about. Yeah.
And that's what I was going to bring up to Corbin earlier, but I had a customer who walked in. When you mentioned getting on Telegram, I mean, I know of several groups that are now not even on Telegram, they're on Signal, and they're getting prepared for what comes. It's sad that the American people have to get ready for what might be coming around the corner.
Well, it's better to be ready and not need to be ready than to need to be ready and have no fucking idea what's going to happen.
Exactly. And that's I did want to talk about something political for a second, because I've obviously this is just a rumor, but I've heard it from my sources in the Senate and the House. It looks like, from what I've heard, and obviously don't take it with a grain of salt, that the Republicans are willing to agree to end the government shutdown and give the ACA subsidies back. But in exchange, what they're asking for is 4 or 5 Democrats that will turn into solid no's for the release of the files.
I mean, is this reported somewhere, or is this just something you've heard?
This is what I've heard from my people that work in the Senate.
Can you say that again, please? I'm not sure I got it clearly.
So I want to make this clear. My source is the people that I know that work in the Senate. So right now, the government shut down. In exchange for giving the Democrats what they want with the ACA subsidies, the Republicans are asking for 4 or 5 solid no's against releasing the list, the files, from the Democrats.
So there's a discharge petition in the House right now that only lacks one signature to force a vote, which is Grijalva, who's not been sworn in yet, and essentially what that would force the whole House to vote on whether or not to release the full files, the whole dump. And what he's suggesting is that the Senate is then trying to negotiate with some of the House Dems to change their support.
It's like you can get health care to your people as long as you protect the P3DOs.
Yeah, that's pretty much from what I have heard. They want 4 or 5 House Dems to be solid no's to releasing the list in exchange for the health care.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and she may get pardoned anyway.
What the fuck?
And once
this
again,
is so fucked up. This is the stupidest fucking timeline. I'm not even kidding.
Once again, this is a rumor, but I talked to my people in the Senate and the House of Reps, and both of them have said very similar things to me.
So I'll accept what you're telling me, and we can put that in our box of puzzle pieces that we don't know where they fit yet, and we can address that at a later time when we have,
liberal,
source for that.
I'm gonna drop myself down, but I gotta run.
Sure.
Thank you so much for bringing me
Sparky.
up.
Thanks for bringing the juice. Yeah.
Take care.
I appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Peace. Yeah. So, the open discussion is over, but let me just go on for. I'm going to do another one. Go ahead, guys. Keep talking. Don't stop talking.
I just want to know how people think whatever is happening in America is helping them. I want to know how what Trump is doing has directly impacted their life in a positive way. Literally nobody can tell me anything other than like some racist shit, like they're taking care of the illegals, etc. But literally, I don't know what anybody is saying they're benefiting from this.
They were able to fill their liberal tears. They could fill their liberal tears coffee mug up. That's what they got. And they're like, yay.
Right. It's the Von Erichs in the 80s. It's the storylines that were pushed around, that are pushed around WWE. It's the drama. It's the soap opera storylines. All of those things are about them winning. and it's not about the benefit of anyone other than the people whose pockets are getting lined.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's what, it's stupid.
Well, I mean, I think if you believe the premise, right, which is the premise is that we're in the shape we're in economically and socially and in terms of crime and things like that because of the reasons that have been laid out by the administration, then all the things that Miller's doing, all the things that Trump is doing, everything from tariffs to, you know, to militarizing the military and cities, all these things sort of do make sense to you and fill you with hope, right? I mean, that's the fucked up part about this, is that if you accept the premise, then this is the path. Now, the premise is completely wrong and this is not the path. You know, I think most of the people in this live get that, right? But I think that there's a lot of people that still believe that Trump's assessment of the problem is correct.
I don't know how.
Of course there are. There are still people that, because there are still people that believe the fucking earth is flat. That's how.
And believe the Bible.
I believe the earth is flat. So.
Was you know, nonfiction.
I think we stopped treating people like they think.
Can I give you guys
I just don't know how anybody. That's like a greasy car salesman. That's what Trump comes off as, a greasy car salesman.
Yeah.
The Earth is actually, guys, a velociraptor. But hold on, in seriousness,
according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's pear-shaped. So.
Wait, no, that's fucking nuts.
That's what they said. So
he said it's. Did he say it's literally pear-shaped?
Yes.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes.
Said what is pear-shaped?
I mean, it's oblong.
Oh, he said
let's not go flat Earth. Let's not go there, guys.
And let's not go pear Earth. Okay,
and now
we've
they
got
don't
flat
have the
earthers and pear
technology to go to the
earthers.
moon anymore. They destroyed the technology.
Okay.
They told us it don't even make sense. Just
this
saying.
is going to get a misinformation banana.
How are the stars tracked year after year if we're spinning and rotating and flying through an ever-expanding space? How is it a calendar? How are the stars a calendar? That's crazy.
Biddy, you gotta tell us right now.
I'm gonna stroke out.
Show me on the doll where the flat Earth hurt you.
Where the flat Earth hurt.
It
actually, I find it very entertaining to watch people, you know, try and like pretzel
I could turn
themselves
you, man. I swear I could turn you.
Wait, are you a flat earther? You're a flat earther?
It's not a globe. That's all I'm saying.
Why are you saying that,
I don't know if it's flat, but it's not a globe.
Okay, hold on.
I got something here.
Here's the thing. We use. I'm gonna. First and foremost, before I start, are you fucking for real right now? Are you so fucking for real right now?
I am.
All right. Let's just riddle me this one thing then. I'm taking you seriously, even though I shouldn't.
I'll do my best to answer. I don't pretend to know everything, so I'm
I can't find my tinfoil hat.
For a second, we're exploring this. You give me a counterpoint to this, I fucking concede. You're right. The Earth is flat. All of the predictive modeling that we can observe day to day, where the moon's going to be, where those stars are going to be, how we track them, all that shit is based on our presumption, our knowledge that the Earth is round. Why does it work if it's not?
I'm not sure, but they base like flight patterns off of a flat horizon, and I don't have all the answers. Just because you think that you're like seeing something,
I don't want to even have this conversation.
I'm just saying.
I don't.
And why does NASA?
Does it make more sense that you're just wrong about it being flat? Does it just make more sense that it's not actually flat?
Why are we? How are we spinning that fast? But you can't feel anything.
That is more interesting than this conversation right now.
Tens of thousands of miles per hour, and we don't feel anything.
Hold on. We're going to move.
I have a country.
Hold the fuck on, because this conversation will get a misinformation banana, and I don't want to deal with that.
I'm sorry. My bad.
Because it is misinformation, and we're going to move on.
No, when they cover things
we're
up,
going
it's
to
because
move
it's the truth.
on.
But okay.
We're going to move on and go back to what we were talking about.
We're going to move on.
I don't even know how we got there to begin with.
My brain fucking hurts.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I don't know
You're
any
welcome.
answer. All I have is questions,
Lib's
and
bunion
everybody
hurts,
else
so-
has answers that
Let me-
support the fact that the Earth is round.
No,
but
you
I'm
guys just believe
sticking
what
with
you're
my
told.
clear
That's
sense.
okay. You
we're not
believe what you're
okay.
told.
Let's
I
go
have
back
to
to
believe
I'll
what I
drop the
fucking
entire
collapsing
see.
panel.
soybean
I will
market.
drop the whole fucking panel if we continue talking about this.
Let's
All
go
right,
back
well,
to the
I dropped it.
soybean
It's
collapsing
happening.
market. Corn,
Right.
coffee, steel.
Yes.
Farmers,
Here's an
grocery
even better one, guys.
prices.
Here's an even
Money?
better one.
Fuck money.
Convicted
I don't wanna talk
felon
about money.
Ghislaine Maxwell. For what fucking reason would we even think about pardoning this woman?
Because we
What
let
do you
Tom
mean?
Alexandrovich
He doesn't
go.
know her. He has no idea who she is.
Let me play this video again in case people are here that did not see it the first time. Just listen real close to what this dotard has to say.
The Supreme Court is back in session. They rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance at getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're open to?
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
You know, I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it.
considering
I will
that.
speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. So,
Why
but I'll
would she be
speak.
a
I will
candidate?
speak to the
Why would she
DOJ.
be a candidate for clemency, sir?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it.
Wow.
I have a lot of people have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff,
Puff
Daddy.
Daddy.
He's asked
I
me
call
for
him
a
Puff
pardon.
Daddy.
She was convicted of child sex.
Minimize, divert.
I'm going to have to take a look at it. I'd have to ask.
Look at that pivot. Even his
I didn't
head's
know they
pivoted.
rejected it. I didn't know she was
That
even
was him
asking for it,
admitting they
frankly.
were talking about her right before this press
Duck and
conference.
pivot.
I haven't
Duck and
heard
pivot.
that name so long. They were talking
This-
about her right before this press conference.
Yeah, this guy can't even just say, no, I'm not going to pardon her because she was trafficking
Yeah.
children. He can't say that.
I know, that's insane.
I wonder if he's afraid that she'll turn on his ass.
Well, he
Ehud
probably has
Barak
to
got
do
a
it
lot
because
of
Isn't that
info
why
on
she's
that.
in?
Ehud
Isn't that why
Barak,
she's in
yes.
Club Fed in the first place?
Yeah.
well, she might be Mossad, so she might be protected, like Jeffrey Epstein was or wasn't. I don't know if he's dead or
I
whatever.
hear her dad.
Now, you know,
I
since
hear
it
her
is
dad.
October 7th, does everybody know that 11 days before October 7th, Israeli citizens were entered into the U.S. visa waiver program?
Oh yeah.
Chat GPT it 11 days before.
Okay,
Why
so
not
they entered
check?
the U.S. I don't
What
know.
does that
Yeah,
mean?
they were entered in on the U.S. visa waiver program while we were complaining about immigrants coming into the United
Oh,
States.
okay. I thought you were
Okay.
saying there was some
Biddy,
connection
you-
to like
Right,
October
me
7th.
too.
Biddy, you believe that Donald Trump is actively protecting the Epstein files and Ghislaine Maxwell as a result, right? You believe he's actively her
Yes.
ally in protecting her?
Yes.
Okay,
100%.
that's good. So we can see
We can-
and deduce certain truths that we witness before our brains, before our eyes. But
Yes,
We can connect the dots, but you'll be called a name if you do.
we can. But again, we're not going back there, guys. I'm telling you, I don't think
That's what I
TikTok
was
likes
just
that
gonna
conversation.
say. I was just gonna say the
Yeah,
same
let's
thing.
we don't even
Okay.
we're moving
at
on.
this point, it would just be easier for the base to just say, you know what? Now that I've had some time to think about it, and I've realized that there's a high likelihood that he's implicit in this, I think I'm just
No,
I'm just
duh.
okay with it.
What? Are
I'm
you
just fine.
kidding me? No, duh.
No, like I
Oh,
just
yeah.
want the base to start admitting this. Like, stop
Oh,
pretending
okay,
like
right,
they actually
okay.
give a shit about protecting child traffickers when it was the
Right.
Clintons that they thought was there. Like, they just want Trump to win everything.
Netanyahu's
And it
cybersecurity
wouldn't-
officer was released after being accused of the sex predator
Yeah.
accusation in Vegas. And I mean, and people believe that they're not protecting these type of people.
I
Come on.
know. It's insane.
You know
And
what pisses me off the most, though, is that
Ted
Marjorie Taylor
Cruz just
Greene
told
is
a-
making sense. Like, I fucking hate that. What the hell's up with that?
She only makes sense when there's no risk in the moment.
Oh, there's
She's
risk
only-
right now. She's taking a lot of
When
risk.
there's
It's
no
really
risk-
bizarre.
No, she's not.
who's
It's
she?
talking
What
about-
what happened? I think I missed something. What?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I mean, so she's one of the co-sponsors on the discharge petition for one thing, right? So to get the files released, she's actually also pivoted over to supporting the Democrats in the House.
Who? Who's she?
On the
Gandhi?
extension of the subsidies.
Who is she?
Who are
She's
you
actually just
talking
doing a
about?
lot of crazy shit.
Who is
Yeah,
she?
well, just on the list, right?
Marjorie
Just
Taylor
on the
Greene.
list.
Okay.
There is no risk for her on that list. There is no risk for her either way because the suppression of that list is so active that she will not be harmed in either a Republican or non-Republican space. Because if the list does get released, she's championed for that, and if the list doesn't get released, she gets to say, "Oh well, I tried."
Right.
She is not, she is only on the right side when there is no risk for her.
Totally. You're so right. Because I do not trust her. And everybody's like, oh, never did I think I'd agree with Marley, whatever her freaking name is. Yeah. I'm like, you guys fucking actually trust these people? Like,
And I'm sure she'll
Owens.
get a U.S.
it's got nothing to do
attorney
with
that was
trust.
installed by Trump, that was born in Israel, that will give her passport back.
Probably.
Well, I mean, that's where they seem to go. Like, I wonder if Israel owns Epstein's Island now.
Oh,
If
right.
that's
No, they're building a new one in Gaza.
I think maybe
That's what
Larry
they're trying to
also
do.
did.
Well, if you think of the
Wow.
colors of that island, it is like the color of the Israeli flag. So it's very highly
Yikes.
likely, considering he was Mossad, possibly. Very plausible.
This fucking. I still want Thick to come back up here and have that conversation again.
After Epstein was arrested, they have numerous videos of Ehud Barak visiting his apartment in New York.
So who's that?
He's the former prime minister of Israel.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And
Oh,
he
yeah,
was.
So I don't know.
he
You're not allowed to
was
put any-
emailing
connect
Epstein
any
too.
dots. You're not allowed to connect dots.
Yeah, oh, you can connect those dots. It was pretty explicit, those emails. Yeah, so them acting like Epstein, didn't have any connection or whatever. It's bullshit. This is
They think we're
absolute
stupid.
bullshit.
Imagine
And
if it was
here's
with
the
Russia.
thing. Think about it this way.
Imagine if it was with Russia.
If there was one Epstein, there was another that has not been caught yet somewhere else.
Oh yeah,
They're probably doing this shit all over the place.
100%.
Yeah, and if MAGA really comes to terms with itself, I imagine the arguments they'll make if they find out and there's evidence to prove that Donald Trump was doing that to those kids, they'll be like, yeah, but they were all post-puberty.
But it's the
there
living
I
voices,
bet
right?
you.
It's no longer the documentation. It's the living voices that we have to listen to. We have to heed. When Acosta dismisses 40 eyewitness personal accounts and says there's no basis for legal action, we have to listen to the living voices and we have to take action on their experience. It's way beyond documentation and files. It's about accountability and rule of law. These are all the things of the Constitution that have been disregarded and dismissed. It's the living voices, God damn it.
Yeah, all those victims. I don't know how people listen to all these people and they're like, fake news, fake news. Everything to them is an attack against Trump. Everything is fake. Nothing is real. They don't believe anything that they're seeing. And it's really sad because they say that they want to protect the children. And it's the very opposite things that they're doing, like taking their food and supporting what's going on in Gaza and now this. So.
Yeah,
But isn't it
it's
pretty easy
pretty
to
gross.
understand how you get to a post-truth society? I mean, we know for a fact that the media lies to us. We know, we see that right now with, let's just stick with Gaza. I mean, there's all sorts of mainstream media that tells us this is not happening. What you're seeing is not real. The reports aren't real. All of these G-side scholars are wrong.
Right.
So and you go back to Iraq War, you can look through so much recent history and see that there's been so many lies, so much propaganda told to us by ostensibly mainstream legitimate news outlets that have just been mouthpieces for whatever administration was in power at the time. It's really easy to convince yourself that nothing is real, and how you get back to truth and faith in anything that you hear or read, or even freaking see, is a complicated path, and that you've got to reestablish trust with each other, and that's going to be very difficult.
The importance of education because of our national 5th grade level literacy, right? That isn't, Our people are not fifth grade intelligent, right? Our people are 30, 40, 50 years lifetime experience, full grown intellect with a fifth grade literacy, which translates to critical thinking process and ability. And so if we can't communicate on that level, we are not going to be able to engage the people that are continuing to be connected to this WWE administration.
That's a great on finances.
So let me go back to the one at a time real quick, so everybody can have an opportunity to say something. And Pyre, I don't even know that we really addressed what you had said, but I really appreciated what you were saying earlier. But I'll let you start us off. I'll go left to right.
I think I've heard a lot, and I've sort of been working on my own little side project as we've been talking here, writing down some things, because even with what Val had said, so many, people had mentioned all the conversations getting really dark. Yeah, I mean, that's my point. They made the conversation dark. They know how to work with imagery. They gave them people something to be afraid of. And that's what they've been doing for years. They've been giving people black and brown bodies to be afraid of, and systems to be afraid of, and images of them and their children being, scared on war-torn, crime-ridden streets, and they cling to these things and they hold on to them and they get scared and they vote with their racism and they vote with their fear. So, like, what's the opposite of that, right? Because as far as I understand, as far as anybody's ever told me, post-fascism America is just crap. It's nobody knows what it is. Where are we going? What are we doing? How's it going? What's going to work? People want to see images of them safe with their children in, a nice house, and that they can afford without making $66 an hour. They need images of the new normal, I think, to cling to.
Well, Pyre, maybe I can just ask the whole panel this. If there was one constitutional amendment that you would add, what would it be?
Human rights.
Interesting.
Enshrined. Human rights enshrined.
Would you
list
like
prosper.
what that means? Because, to say human rights is very vague. What, would you then define human rights within
I certainly am willing to go into that, but I didn't know if you wanted all the layers of what that was. That's my response to you. What would the amendment be? Human rights enshrined in the Constitution.
I see.
Can I say mine?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I know it's pretty practical, but I just want everybody to be housed, fed, and have education and healthcare. If you think that sounds like socialism, I don't fucking care. I think as the wealthiest nation in the world, we have been very exploited because we are not receiving the benefits, and look at how we're being represented. So, I just want everybody
to food, water, and healthcare enshrined in the Constitution,
and housing. I think
housing. Okay,
that fixes crime rates more than anything ever could. It fixes education. Like, poverty is such a factor in so many, lack of education or being like a criminal and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So that would fix a lot of issues if everybody's basic needs were met.
And it would force the government to pay for that shit with our tax dollars instead of
I
maybe
think that should be
buying
part of our
boom-booms.
Constitution.
Yeah, I know. I'm good
Because
answer.
we're the wealthiest nation in the world. If we would stop dumping it into the military and other corrupt politicians,
Or giving it to Israel.
on ourselves. Yeah, giving it to Israel to, we all know what they do. So yeah, I think everybody acts like that's so radical, but why not? They have money for everything else, the Golden Ballroom, all the private jets, all the bailouts, all this crap, but they can't afford to give us basic necessities. I think those things are basic human rights.
Yep. Okay, Pyre, since I pretty much asked you this first, did you have an answer yet?
I
Are
don't
you still
know,
gonna
because
mull
I
on
think
it?
that all these sound like great things to add to a system, but I think what I would focus on more would be the people to implement that kind of empathetic and progressive system, because you can put these on paper. The problem
But
is
they,
getting
right.
good faith people to stick to and adhere to those things. I don't know. You know what? I think that we could do things like have contracts with our politicians, like actual personal contracts, regarding not only like what they are and aren't allowed to do without running it by the people, but as far as like term limits and things like that. It to me, I think the Constitution is great. I think the Declaration of Independence is great. But look where we are now. These things are written down, and we still have people ignoring them.
Bad actors.
Like,
So true.
we need
You're so
to
right.
focus on getting people in there that want to implement these progressive systems.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me go to
Accountability.
occupation. Go ahead, occupation.
My biggest one is, and I'll give the list of names. My biggest one is the separation of church and state. That must be reinforced because that is being ignored. We have Huckabee out there using terms, biblical terms. We have Elise Stefanik standing up and saying that foreign nations have biblical rights to other people's land.
Yeah.
That is a violation, an extreme violation, out in our faces. If it was an animal, it would bite us. It's so right in our face, the violation of separation of church and state, where we have swayed off the sidelines. We are no longer on the road. Really, when you got these madmen in power overseas, I mean, look at the mayoral candidates. Every single one except for one said where they were going to run to. The same place that Huckabee is licking the boots of for some biblical text.
Bullshit. Yep. Now that's a good one. Occupation. Yeah. Thank you. Now, Pete, you had already answered. Right? You had brought up the human rights, but I can give you your minute back. Go ahead.
Thank you. I did answer, and we've actually covered so many things since I answered. I hope I can be succinct.
Yeah, go for it.
Because Corbin was talking about how we've been propagandized over the course of our entire lives, for the entire existence of our, generation, at least my generation. I was born in '68. And I've been propagandized and indoctrinated on many levels in many ways. And I have to name that without hyperbole or exaggeration, because that's how perceptions have been manipulated, is through hyperbole, exaggeration, misrepresentation, misinformation, distortion of facts and information, right? And my perception is that is deeply rooted in education. I think our issue has been and continues to be accountability, and further our forgetting that the authority and the power are ours, and our voice must dictate how this country runs. And right now it is unlawful because of a long-standing traditional lack of accountability and exceptions, exclusions, whataboutisms, right? This is what's brought us here. And I have to identify these things specifically and name them simply, because the power and weight of our words are being stolen from us when we reference things that are actively happening, because they're being turned around and thrown right back at us, right? So that takes the power and the authority out of the words. It diminishes them, it minimizes them in order to dismiss them. So we have to find a way with more clarity, more specificity about what is happening now. Fascism is in our streets. The military is on the ground. Okay. People are being Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going on. It's a big deal.
Yeah, no, thank you, Pete. I appreciate it. Corbin, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I would just continue the work of FDR, I guess, and do the second Bill of Rights, the Economic Bill of Rights, probably. I think those really held, a lot of, I don't remember who was talking about housing and education and all, the sort of guarantees for that. I think that they're
itty bitty.
A lot of the things that build power among a populace were in that. There was things about employment and housing and education. Healthcare was in there. Anyway, there was a lot. I don't remember. It was like 6 or 7 different. It was basically the second Bill of Rights, right? And it was around economics. But then I think the thing that buttresses that, like, someone else said that we need people to enforce it, people to do it. We've got a lot of rules already that are being broken. And I think one of the things that really can build back, personal power and communal power is public ownership. And, living in the richest nation in the history of the world, and then being impoverished like 50% of America is insane. Like, imagine being like Jeff Bezos. He had 12 kids and, 10 of them live in the streets. And and then one of them got everything. It's like you get this birthright of America that so few people have access to, and it's being given to a handful of people. So I think public ownership and then second Bill of Rights. And that's my final answer.
Yeah. No, thank you, Corbin. Appreciate that. Chip, go ahead, man. And welcome in.
Hey, I've been listening very intently to everybody. Thanks for all your thoughts. Here's my thought. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but I want to put people out of their notice of hope, because the place is not going to get better. In fact, for 99.5% of Americans, it's going to get way worse. And I know that's hard to hear because a lot of you may have kids. But the days of America being economically prosperous are over. Finished. Done. Zero possibility of recovery. Now, there's a couple things you can do with that. You can accept that and understand that the system is irreparably corrupt and broken, and that no amount of electoral politics will bring that back. Or we can decide, like a company, we're not going to take the bullshit, we're going to go on strike. But in absent something to interrupt the status quo, extreme interruption, nothing will change for the better. It's going to continue to drift in the other direction. So sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I'm leaving the country.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why somebody would.
Farewell.
Yeah, it's look, this is my land and I ain't fucking leaving. They'll have to kill me. That's the way or whatever comes, I guess. But I will have that resolute view after 2026. Although I'm more leaning towards your outlook, Chip, for sure. It sucks. It is what it is, but we let these fuckers take over. We allowed this fucking party to shit on us and tell us, oh no, it's good because we're a little bit better than the other people. They did what the racist fucking leaders did, was like, oh, well, your life may suck, but at least you're not that guy. And that's what they did. The Democratic Party did to us. It's like, well, we may not give you what you want, but at least we're not as bad as those fucking people. It's the same fucking thing.
The two-party system is a complete illusion. There's a series of people, about 150, 200 people, that really much pull the strings for everybody. It's like a marionette stage.
Oh, yeah.
You don't care who's on the stage. You can change a blue doll for a red doll, for a girl, a boy. There's still somebody behind the curtain holding the wires. And it's those people, that power structure, that we've completely ignored while we're fighting each other. And that's to our detriment.
Yeah, it's like Biden got on board with Donald Trump's TikTok shit. Same people were pushing them that direction. Oh, no. We were live streaming the atrocities. We can't have that. We don't care about the atrocities. It's not that we want to stop the atrocities. We just don't want people to see them so easily. Okay? So, Biden, please do something.
We also have to highlight the specific instances of that playing in our faces. Cory Booker's yes vote for Jared Kushner's father as an ambassador was a clear declaration that everything that Booker had done previously was performative in order to try and cover for that vote. And those are the glaring examples that we have to highlight to what Chip was just talking about, right? We have examples, we have to use them, we can't be broad in general anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, guys, real quick, I'm going to open the panel back up until the end of the show. So for the next hour, just talk. We're at 77,000. Thank you all. We hit our 75K goal. Let's get to 100K before the show is over. Shouldn't take too long. 13,000 left. Please keep tapping. I appreciate it. I do also still have that gifting goal of lattes. I need 50. I've got 33. So if you want to support the live, please send me some lattes. Sounds delicious. You can also go to the place where there's cash, and it's an app, and you can do $LibLoudMouth and buy me a coffee that way if you'd like in real life. So until the end of the show, go ahead, guys.
Let me talk about how it's about to get real worse. How that man said it's about to get real worse. Before I go, our economy. There is a canary in the coal mine that just dropped. We just hit a record high of $4,000 per ounce of gold. The stock market is a house of cards. If you have all these markets collapsing, all our soybean, you name it, all these markets that are collapsing, the stock market is a house of cards. And how do you know? How do you know that? By seeing the price of precious metals and the record high levels that they are at. The bears are now buying gold. They're not the people, the 5% they're surviving, they're buying gold. They're not buying stocks. And I'm not trying to plug anybody to get out of the stock market or anything. I'm just telling you these factors in our economy, that gold prices is definitely a factor. When it hits a record high level, something is going on. If you don't know the signs and signals, just research the past and find out when gold has reached its peak and why did it reach its peak and what happened when we were under the gold standard.
Yeah, I mean, well, do you want to tell us?
Well, I mean, we were in a Great Depression. We really were not doing very well. When gold was real high, when money was crap, when we really didn't have anything, we are heading for those times. When you see gold at this price, that means countries are buying up huge stocks of gold. It's not just the United States. It's a world market that goes on that number. That's why it's so important to see if it rises. It's so high, so fast. Something's going on. Really, I mean, a few years ago, that was half. It was 1,700. And now look at it, $4,000. If that's not a signal, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, the collapse is coming, and it's on purpose.
And 40 trillion, we're heading towards 40 trillion in debt. That's another sign and signal, another canary in the coal mine. We're not getting better, we're getting worse in debt. Americans are borrowing more than they ever have. In the past year, they borrowed $30 billion more than they did the year before. It is getting worse, and it's gonna get worse, like he said. I'm glad someone mentioned it. I really am, because you kind of brought me and had me going on when you brought up that video of that man complaining about the soybean market. I knew about it, and I was talking about it once we lost it. Once China stopped placing orders, a staple order that we guaranteed 50% of our soybean orders were coming from China every year, no longer are coming from China, and giving a bailout to Argentina and then having Chinese buying their soybeans is kind of, yeah, somebody's making money. And, don't forget, Argentina, didn't they abstain?
Well, they're gonna own
Didn't
the
they abstain
farms.
on the Palestine vote in the UN? Didn't Argentina abstain? That's why they got that gift.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But yeah, I mean,
Yes, it does.
This is on purpose. All this is on purpose because the people that control things now, when the economy collapses, these rich fuckers are going to be able to buy everybody up. They're going to consolidate all their power. Now you got JD fucking couch fucker Vance up there, an investor, an acre trader that buys up failed farms. They're purposely fucking these farms over, and they'll consolidate that into the big agribusinesses because
they read the playbook of Dick Cheney.
Yeah, it's
Halliburton.
So, and it could be even more nefarious than that, but just from a greed standpoint, that them doing that makes perfect sense to me. And it's so Bill Gates is going to own half of a fucking state. Donald Trump's going to own half a fucking state. It's and then so now you're really going to be a fucking slave to the system because they're going to own the food, they're going to control the water, they're going to determine whether you can breathe or not. They're going to, determine all of these things and then pay you what they pay you, and you better be fucking happy. And if you don't, you'll end up going to some fucking gulag somewhere. It's not good.
Well, I mean, it's sort of like you hear a lot, the economy's rigged, right? And a lot of times I don't think people really expand on that. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's been debt driven. This entire economy's been debt driven since the 70s, basically. I mean, we've seen consumer, people talk a lot about national debt being at like 30 something trillion, whatever it is. But consumer debt's about 19 trillion right now. So that's mortgages, auto loans, school loans, credit cards, et cetera. You're seeing now they're converting all sorts of normal purchases into capacity for debt, whether it's groceries, whether it's medical bills. They're doing payment plans. Basically, everything's becoming sort of layaway.
You can get your DoorDash now and pay it later.
Yes, sir.
Right. So everything's buy now, pay later.
If they get you to subscribe to everything, then they can track your money and determine how much it costs for you to exist, and then pay you accordingly.
Yep. And like Donnie Jr. Invested in Cordova or Cordova, whatever the fuck that's called, that basically front loaded at 18% loans to people. There's rumors going around that they're now offering these to the soldiers. I haven't seen direct evidence like an email or something, but this is what people are saying. Zio busting ghost wants to come in. Wow, Thick would freak the fuck out. Thick would freak the fuck out, wouldn't he? Jeez, that was crazy. Anyway, Zio busting ghost, what's up? Can't hear you. Netanyahu got a hold of your microphone.
Larry,
now, my mate, somebody probably asking me. I'm here in the southern part of Cape Town, and I'm going to tell you one thing, my brother. They've been fighting to have this great reset already since the 80s. You must remember. You had the 1999, 2000. You had the what? I can say to you what? They had the computerized system. You had 10 years later, you had the subprime mortgage one. What happened then? Now the next derivative, they want us to actually have us being in control. And if you look at it, this BRICS countries and everything, it's about actually the next Bitcoin, brother. You must remember, gold is going out of proportion, and here in South Africa, you must remember they're just buying up land because they know that's the only commodity that's actually next to the gold is land. And if you look at it, where did your ex-president actually purchase property? Mozambique. And what does he want to do with that property in Mozambique? He want to do what? Wheat farming. Now, genetic wheat farming, why do we need genetic? The actual atmosphere is perfect for the perfect, natural wheat. Now, these are things you must remember. And if you look at
they don't want you to be able to replant it because then you have to buy their seeds. You have to buy their seeds. You can't get them on your own. That's right.
Here we go. Now we go to that other part. Now you say when there's things like this going on, that the economy is now actually having a bump in their resources. You must remember, resources is something that you must remember. They make money out of this WAR going on all over. That's not something we can actually take into lightly because things are actually dangerously being manipulated. And if you look at Trump and my president now recently and what is going to happen here in South Africa, then we say to ourselves, how many naturalization took place from South Africans that came back to America? They wanted to come back to South Africa. Now there's people being now made citizens in America. Why? You must remember, but they want you to have your neighbors, which is now Colombians and all those people and Mexicans being thrown out, almost like they do the same thing here in South Africa. Why? You must remember, these are things that is being actually manipulated with the system. Anyway, I'm going to pause for now. I just want to tell you that I've got a good feeling that there is something like the Project 2026 that's going to happen here with the G20 and everything. You must remember, these people know what they are doing.
Well, let's hope the global pushback also happens because, we're seeing a global movement towards the right in like Canada. their people turned against that. So I hope we see that in more places to push against this shit, because it's not just in the U.S. that's having some of these similar problems. I don't know.
No, it's the West in general, you know.
Well,
And it's sort of like, what's interesting is when GDP goes up, democracy goes down. It's one of these sort of like correlations that I've noticed a lot. You know, the things that we sort of attribute to a healthy economy are not often. And, you know, people talk about, there's been a lot of discussion on the panel here about how things are going to get worse and things are going to crash and so on. You know, it's very, very, like I said, dark, man. But, you know, the Japanese lost decade. So, you know, this is a time during Japanese history when they weren't building what Wall Street likes. They weren't increasing GDP. They weren't increasing domestic output. There was a lot of things that were happening that were not Wall Street friendly during their lost decade. But what they did do is they created a real economy to sort of, you know, instead of deflating a bubble, what they did is inflated production, inflated their supply of healthcare, access to healthcare. They built a lot of real value to accommodate this huge bubble. And I don't disagree that the economy we've got right now is a house of cards. I think it absolutely is, and it has been for a long time. And, you know, that's the reason I feel like getting a stronger group of leaders together with a mission to rebuild the economy in a sustainable, real way that's not just, you know, I mean, Bitcoin's going through the fucking roof. Gold.
What do you think doing that in the traditional sense, or like a parallel type thing? Like, I think it was Pink that was talking about that, where you announced that a separate provisional government. Or do you think we should still employ it?
In my mind, in my fantasy, and I sort of wrote this fan fiction piece about this, is that you would have a assembly of various candidates that are saying, we want power to do this. This is what we want to do. Outline, you know, a consumable list of things they're going to do, right? Not this big Project 2025 stuff that was 400 pages long, but, you know, a consumable list that's actually inspirational and solves some of the problems we have. And then, you know, shows that there are enough of them united together to do a thing that gives people hope, because people are losing hope. They're, you know, it's not just our sci-fi that's gotten so dystopian. It's our thinking that's gotten dystopian. We've lost any hope or faith that we can turn this thing around because we feel powerless. And I think seeing people that are vying for power through our, you know, support or our activity or our voice or whatever, and knowing that they're united to do a thing would give us some bit of inspiration. So you call it a provisional government if you want. I think that's sort of shadow, whatever. Like, yeah, you know, we see this could be done differently, and this is what we would do differently. But that's not, I mean, theoretically, that's what the DNC should be doing now. That's ostensibly what it exists to do. Yeah. It's just not, because it's trapped in the status quo.
Right.
We
can't lose our corporate donors. Go ahead. Was that Pink?
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to offer that you're correct in highlighting the fact that the DNC is failing and their corrupt complicity in all of the machinations of the current government. But we do have, we do have the framework, and we do have the authority to make a unified public stand and statement outside of DC. And we actually do have enough anomalies to point to say that there is a person that can lead us if we can overcome this ridiculousness that we've been engaged in. And those people, that person can construct a legitimate, legal, provisional government with the assent, the approval of the people. And that can be declared by our financial resistance, by blacking out the system appropriately to say that, no, the actions of this government are illegal and intolerable and will not be accepted one more day.
But the problem is, so much of our economy is based on things that we must have. Like, you know, so if you look at the consumer unit expenditures, like, people are spending their money on housing, transportation, food, clothing, I mean, you know, healthcare. It's not like there's a bunch of this money going to consumer goods. Like, the top 10% account for 50% of consumer good purchases. We're such a retail-driven economy.
So you're dismissing the example we just lived through with Disney, right? You're dismissing that example and the impact that it had, the visible impact.
Are you talking
and
about
how we can wield that authority.
The boycott? Is that what you're talking about? Pink.
Right, when
Okay.
Kimmel got canceled and everybody said bye Disney, right? And the individual impact was over $3 billion, and the overall impact is rated at over $11 billion. So we see the effectiveness and the ability and the power that we have. That is how we can communicate with strategic, targeted boycotts.
Yeah. I mean, this is a tool in the toolbox for sure.
I think it's a
Real,
yes
real
and,
quick
for
shout
sure.
out to Ron. I see you. Man, it's good to see you in the comments. Ron is somebody I know, so everybody drop Ron a follow. He's the favorite conservative that you'll love to hate. But he's my friend. So anyway, it's good to see you, man. Also, I wanted to point something out. Sorry, my brain got fucked up whenever I saw Ron in there. I wasn't expecting to see him. We have a problem where we have liberals who are, claim to be liberal, I guess, who have this comfortable lifestyle, and I think come out and make fake statements and are fake, and they don't believe the things that they say, and then they do things to undermine us. So like, it's just like a Christian that tells you they're a Christian, and then they end up molesting children. Right, just because somebody tells you there's something doesn't mean that that's what they are, and you should always be wary of these people because they do exist, and they're around, and they do shit to fuck with this. And I don't know if they're like plants or what, but this is something that we also have to contend with, and that is fucking sad that we have to also deal with that shit, like agent provocateurs pretending to be good people. I don't know, fucking nuts. I just wanted to throw that out there to make that point. Have you guys seen that?
Good
Like,
point
have you come across those people or have thought maybe that those people have existed?
I mean, I think I see those people every day, especially on here, especially on not necessarily strictly Justice Live. I mean, on social media. I think it just goes down to, yeah, they're probably more than likely plants, either plants or somebody who is just so dedicated to the wrong side of history that they have to lower themselves to do anything really to mess up or disorganize or come in and get everybody all riled up and then cause some sort of my favorite word, right? My favorite word, infighting. Oh, all this infighting. Guys, we can't do this infighting, all the infighting. No, it's not infighting, right? Because when you see somebody, even if they're doing something fucking shitty, even if they're saying something shitty, if they're on your side, you still have an obligation to hold their feet to the fire. If you think somebody's being a bad actor, even say you're a leftist and they're a Democrat, and you think, but we need to unite, that person, if you think they're a bad actor, not only do you need to hold them at an arm's distance, you need to call them out and hold their feet to the fire, because the more you do that, the more that mask starts to shatter, right? And the more they're going to start getting tangled up in their own lies. And they're going to start losing the ability to keep their story straight.
That's right. Well said, Pyre. Anybody else have something else? I mean, we still have 37 minutes to go till the end of the live. If you'd like to be on the panel, you're welcome to come up. It's open discussion till 1 o'clock Central Time. I don't know what time you guys are in. But I don't know. We have so many things that we have to fucking look out for and watch out for. It is very, very difficult to like focus, and maybe that's the point. Maybe
That
that's
is the
fucking
point, and that's why it's so important we have to rely on each other. Excuse me, for valid. Excuse me. We have to rely on each other for valid information, because you're absolutely right. We're getting bombarded all the time, and no one person can keep up with all of it, and no one person can be an authority on all of it. So we have to rely on each other to be accurate with what we know, and trust that other people are seeing the other things that we're not able to keep up with.
Yeah, it's a lot. Well, Dan, I see you in the comments, or I see you in the, in the live. I'd love to hear your historical perspective on this. It's been a while since I've talked to you, man. I'd love to hear from you. Like,
It hasn't been that long. It hasn't been that long, Tim.
well, I mean, since you've been on my panel, anyway.
That's true.
Yeah, no, you have a unique ability to like frame this in the past. So, like, what does this look like practically? Do you have suggestions based on historical aspects that we maybe should focus on?
I mean, I think. Sorry, Tim. Sorry, I was changing over to my headphones real quick,
No,
just
you're
so it's a
fine.
little bit easier. Yeah, I mean, geez, I
That's
think
what
at
I'm
some
saying.
point,
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Jeez.
So I think at some point you have to realize that, like, that, fascists are not there to be convinced. They are just there to be disruptive. It's what I called CK. He was a political agitator. People that are political agitators, their job is to agitate and to cause issues. They're not there to argue. They're not there to be convinced. They don't really care as much as they put on a front of saying they do. Most people don't change their minds when they're presented with conflicting information. I think the aggregate's like 60 something percent, like 66% within the first standard deviation. So you have to understand real quickly, identify who is actually trying to have a good faith conversation and cares, and who is just an agitator. And I mean, as our old heads would say, now that I've now passed the age of 30, I've now turned 30 from last week. That's why I wasn't streaming as much.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Trolls. You can't convince trolls. You shouldn't argue with trolls. And I mean, listen, we just have to keep saying it, like, that this is a Jacksonian fascist government that we have in power, and anybody that blindly supports that should not be taken seriously as an individual.
Okay, yeah. Can I just remind everybody that gold is up to almost $4,000 a troy ounce?
We were literally just talking about that, Dangerfield.
Okay,
that's maybe 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Do you realize it went from 27 something? It was 27 and change to 4,000 in 8 months.
Tariffs will do that.
Well, tariffs will do that, and it will also cause the next Great Depression.
Right. I was going to ask, since I'm an older people than Dan, because I turned 39 years ago, what's the big people older way to say we're cooked, chat?
We're boned.
We're boned.
Well, I'm
super bummed out by how unradical the movement of our country is, you guys.
I'm ChatGPT. Hold on, I'm going to ChatGPT. 18th century way to say we're fucked. We're undone, lost beyond redemption, stand upon the brink of ruin. The hour of our destruction is nigh. I like that one.
No, man, we're on the verge of a transformation. Think of what came out of the Great Depression. What came out of the the progressive era was fucked by the Gilded Era. Then we got the Great Depression. Then we got the New Deal era. Then we got the Arsenal of Democracy. Unfortunately, we got World War II. But, then we had radical change. But we didn't protect it. We let racism get in the way. And we were like, oh, not the blacks, not the Mexicans. We can't let them have the cool shit. And we let ourselves get distracted from what we were building. And hopefully, at least, now we've gone through enough to realize that that's a weapon. The weapon of hate and racism and distance from the other is a weapon that is used by the ruling class, the elite, or whoever the fuck you want to call them. And, I mean, I just got to hope that, that there's a silver lining behind this dark fucking cloud of shit.
Yeah, but my thing about that is... If I could just wait, because my thing about that is...
The defense industry is the only one that has gone up in the past 2 years.
Well, not only that, it's good to say, like, well, look at what we had after that, and roll through all those, like, horrible historical events pretty quickly. Unfortunately, though, we're not on that timeline. We're on the timeline of we're going to have to live through that next 100 to 150 years of breaking and then reconstruction. So, like, I'm maybe trying to avoid that part. I don't know how, because I
Yeah,
have
and
three
I
kids.
I
well,
I
and
think there's
I just like to echo. I want to kind of turn what Corbin said a little bit. I think we are in a moment of great opportunity. Our government is stripped down to its very framework, to its barely functioning level, right? And if we take these steps that we've mentioned a few times today, we are presented with the opportunity of rebuilding and restructuring in a way that is effectively representative of our entire population, right? This is a moment of great opportunity. It's a matter of if we are going to be able to seize it.
Excuse me, how old are you?
I'm 57.
Okay, well, I'm 74. I don't have 10 years to wait for a depression to be over.
That's
I
true.
believe you, sir.
Danger.
Not all of us are going to
Fuck.
make it out with,
Well, I mean, that's
you
the
know,
funny thing, though. Like
just
when
see
we
the other
really
side.
started, when we really started working hard, we were building this shit fast. I mean, we were going from field to factory in 18 months. We were ramping up production to, I mean, we were the largest growth in housing. We built, I think it was 5% expansion of our housing market, the whole supply in 1 year in 1950. So, I mean, this, the other thing that we've been sold is this idea that we can't rapidly transform our situation. We can. It can be done. We've done it. And, you know, we've got better technology now. We've got better engineering now. We've got the assets are there. And like you just said, which, I mean, literally, like the demo work's been done. It's ready. We're ready to remodel this house, you know, most of it. And I don't know, like that's the reason I think that this is a transformational moment. It could go the wrong way. There's no fucking doubt. This could go exactly the wrong way. And it appears that so far it is. But, you know, if we don't sell people on the idea of things, that this is a transformational, pivotal moment where we can start at least gaining some of the hope and thing, you know, some of the idea that America was, then
That's
I think
why I use opportunity. That's why I use opportunity specifically.
The only way to rebuild is going to be defaulting on our debt.
It's going to have to get worse before it's going to get better. Right, Corbin? Wouldn't you agree? I think it's going to get worse.
It depends. I mean, yes, if you actually go after the power structures, like the system, right? The system that has kept this sort of this charade going, or charade, whatever, for, you know, decades and decades. If you
I prefer
go after
charade.
its power,
I like that.
Yeah.
Charade.
All
It
right,
sounds
the charade.
official. Charade.
Yeah, then yes, it's going to get worse, because nobody within recent memory has gone, even this particular administration isn't going after a lot of the central levers of power, like, you know, the big ones that we've talked about on this live specifically today. So they're, you know, even these guys are working within a framework of existing power structures. They're just trying to gain more power for themselves and their side and that sort of thing. So yes, if you go after that, it will get worse before it gets better, for sure, because they'll actually fight. And when I say they, I mean, you know, multinational corporations, people that are worth trillions, or companies that are worth trillions, people that are worth, you know, centibillionaires. Larry Ellison, if Larry Ellison now and Plantar, if, you know, the ability to spy on the American people is so vast and good now.
Well, actually, that's a great segue into this video, so that everybody knows Larry Ellison, you know, is founder of Oracle, is going to be taking
Everyone
over
would see it.
TikTok, and I want them
your body
to see.
cams will be transmitting that. The police will be.
Bitch, this moved around.
Oh, yeah, this
on
is
me.
some fucked up shit, man.
Yeah,
Just
it
gotta
is.
keep an
It's
eye on
very,
us.
very fucked up. And I did a surveillance state live the other day, and this is definitely something that people need to be talking about, because Republicans, based on their what they believe, they should be completely opposed to this, but they're just loving it. Here we go. This
Red
is
Wolf
just
system
right
on
here.
steroids.
Yeah,
Everyone would see it. Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior, because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior, because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
Ellison's vision is for AI to analyze data from this network of cameras in real time in an attempt to prevent crime, while also tracking and influencing public behavior for a safer society.
Yeah, I want you to notice how excited he got. Watch this.
That's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior.
that he is just excited by that prospect that he gets to be the one that spies on everybody. And they've been moving this way forever, and the smart cities are starting to pop up in the U.S. This comes from Israel. Israel was the testing ground for this shit. The West Bank, for example,
And they've
Hebron.
developed so much technology that can track and I mean, like we have all these words that we have to say on this app already to avoid you getting bananaed or whatever it's called, right? I mean,
Right.
So we know that the real time, tracking of what we say is completely possible now.
I mean, just watch this fucker.
Citizens will be on their best behavior.
Look, what a fucking scuzzbucket these people are.
Guys, I can finally be a real spy.
Huh?
I said, guys, I can finally be a real spy.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this dude is like, and here's the thing. He's also in the same, because this whole thing, it was like some conference, and this was a Q&A at the end that lasted, I think, about an hour. He was talking about how they have all these computers all over the world that act as one computer. So even if you take down one, you can't take down the system. Like, it's all in perpetuity. There's
Okay,
nothing
but
you can do about it.
it's still going to decide what we can see and what we can't see. Give you a classic, for instance, school shootings. The police go in, they're wearing body cams. We never see any of that footage. They decide for us what we're allowed to see and what we're not allowed to see.
Sure, and
The
if
gun
you see
lobby,
it,
obviously,
they're monitoring you, and they will see what you say about that thing, and then the minority report will kick in, and they'll be like, hey, this person is speaking in terms that means he might be a violent individual. We need to go and knock on his door. Or take a Black Hawk helicopter, rappel down the apartment, arrest everybody in the building to get this guy, and say it was for illegals.
It's like an officer showing up to your house, and if you had past occurrences that happened at that residency, they have all reports of what happened. This is going to be like that on steroids for each individual in the United States.
Yep. Real quick, guys. We are so close to 100K. 4K to go. Please keep tapping. I love seeing 100K. I don't know why. It's exciting. I get as excited about that as Larry Ellison does about watching what you do on your computer and just who you type to and what you type. That said,
what was the list of things that they were going to say were precursors to violence in the national security memo?
Oh, God.
It was like anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism.
I can look it up.
Anti-Christianity.
Oh, you're talking about that memorandum that he did. Oh, yeah. Let me pull that.
The memo that they put out.
Yeah, let me pull that up. That fucking shit is wild. Let's see. Memorandum.
Yeah, what happens to old guys like me when all we can think about is schmecks?
Unfortunately, because this was the Antifa thing, wasn't it?
Right.
Restoring law and order in D.C. Okay, who the fuck is it? Memorandum for the blah,
okay,
blah,
here
blah.
it is. Anti-Americanism,
There you go.
anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, gender. Hostility towards those who hold American views on family, religion, and morality. And these are sort of, you said the Minority Report concept, right? These are the predictors of future violence. And
you must be a terrorist.
Right.
There it is. Administrative detention. There it is.
That's right.
A crime you have not committed yet.
Yep.
A crime in the future you may commit. There it is, right
and
there.
Terrorism. And see, look, this was all set up. This they've been working on this. This is where the Patriot Act comes in, guys, because the Patriot Act allows them to treat terrorists differently than they treat anybody else. So if your president calls you a terrorist, good fucking luck. Good fucking
when you
luck.
start seeing big giant camera lenses on the street corners, that's the Red Wolf system. That's an experimental military facial recognition system that's capturing everyone's picture without their consent.
Yep. And real quick, thank you all. We met 100K likes. Let's keep tapping, though. Let's see how far we can get it. I appreciate all of you. I do have a gifting goal, 40 Let 'em Cooks. I have 14 now, so if you want to support the show, please do that. I appreciate it. There was something else that I was going to fucking say and now I forgot. Somebody go. Maybe I'll think of it.
So, Bonnie, to the actual issue here.
Oh, I remember what it was.
I'm going to leave now.
Oh, go ahead, Zyle. Oh, wait, I can't say that word.
Okay, look. Yeah, okay, don't worry, man. I don't mind me being in the southern part of Cape Town. I was going to say there is something that you must Google. CIX, you know what you remember? It's a UK-based company, and they call it the Commercial Internet Exchange. Then you get another one, DECIX. They actually want to control the networking all over the African continent. Now, you must remember, I have issue with that because our president had just connection with your
We
president.
can barely hear
He
you.
is also British. Yeah, man, my network is very bad. Most probably somebody's actually not wanting me to give you and share this moment with you guys. So you must remember, I, for the fear of it, have this issue with what's happening with the American handshake with our president. And at this point is no protons can move without that particular neutron, right? So in other words, they are planning to put the CIX into a system here in Africa. And now you must remember, there's a lot of things that's going to take place in the African continent with Ibrahim Traore, what's happening there in Burkina Faso, and certain countries that is exiting the actual financial system with regard to the BRICS handshakes. Now you're going to have the G20 taking place here in South Africa. And you must remember, there's a lot of things that
I'm
these
trying
people
to
are
follow
planning.
what you're saying, but I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. And if I don't
The same
understand,
what
I
we
think there's a lot of people that may not also.
It's about controlling our networks, controlling our security, controlling everything. The same as what you having now currently with regard to your what do you call the exit plan of all the foreign nationals? They're doing the exact same here. It's like a copy and
In
paste
South
scenario.
Africa.
There we go. So with regard to what you have here is they get what do you call these type of cluster corporates and companies being created with us to think this is UK, but in actual fact it's about getting us under the control of their supervision. And that is where we need to take control of our own networks because these are
I
only
agree.
things to actually monitor us. I'm going to pause you now and give you an just I want to throw in something.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We've talked about that before, because, I mean, it may even get to the point where you need your own internet. And this is possible. You can do these things using the satellites that we have now, leasing. I don't know that a corporation would allow you to do that without monitoring it themselves. But, I know like the tribal governments have their own internet that is not connected to the, grander internet, and it spans miles and miles from all of their satellite buildings and stuff. It's their own personal internet. So that may be a thing, but we need rich people to take care of that because that's so expensive. But the point that I was going to bring up is that they're even going after your kids in school. I've been railing about a company called Gaggle. There's Lightspeed. There's many other companies that do it, but they monitor everything your child does while they're in school, everything they type, all of their searches, all of the answers to the stuff, and they're building these profiles on your kids, so they're going to know whether your child is going to be in opposition to the government
100%.
or in favor of the government, and eventually they're going to have access to all this information. And unfortunately, because they're like, oh, it's for the kids, we want them to have access to these laptops so they can do all their work on them. What the fuck are you doing, you garbage pieces of shit? Anybody promoting this stuff? Hell, one school district got busted taking pictures of kids in their fucking bedrooms and in other places outside of the fucking school.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, Lower Marion School District. I'm not crazy. This fucking happened. They got sued over it. We're talking tens of thousands of images of kids. So these fucking school districts are a problem too, because they're playing right into it. That's why Facebook and Google and all of these fucking companies, even Apple, have inserted themselves into your schools to monitor your fucking kids on behalf of these billionaire tech bro pieces of garbage. That's what this is. It's a fucking full-on takeover, and the amount of control that they have over us is very concerning, we'll just say. Like, it's going to be hard to get out from underneath that. Fucking Mario Brothers. I mean, I don't know what else you do. I don't know what else you do.
Well, I don't capitulate. That's what I don't do.
Yeah. And they may, I went to every school board meeting for almost 2 years, to almost every school board meeting for 2 years, railing about this. They never once would bring it up on the agenda, nothing. They're just like, no, we got to do it because we've got to monitor, make sure that the kids aren't doing anything wrong. It's for their own fucking safety. Get out of here. Anyway, anybody else have a follow-up? We only have 15 minutes left.
Yeah, I wanted to say something, and it kind of segues off of, the Hold Me and, Watch thing, and also the memorandum, the NSPM 7 or whatever. It kind of segues off of that, and it's about like the whole purple thing that's going on right now. I urge people to be weary of that. Because this is out of the playbook. This is out of the dictatorship for dummies. This happened in Yahtzee, Germany. This happened in communist China. This happened over and over again of this whole, we need to unite. This is unity. We need to come against the common, enemy and everything like that. We need to put our differences aside and come together. And it then turns into a plot to gather intel. So we need to be weary of the people who are spreading this. We need to be weary of the people who can't tell you why they are suddenly not for Trump, who are suddenly like, they can't tell us why they all of a sudden are, oh, we need to unify, we need to put our differences aside, etc. Because we've seen this play out in every other authoritarian regime that has ever been documented.
I think you bring up a great point, because think about that. If the people haven't turned yet, what the fuck? And they're like some line that gets drawn and they haven't hit that line yet. I think it's valid to be concerned about them and look at them with the fucking, huh? Are you a fucking plant? Are you a fucking Trump ICE agent or whatever?
Well, and like I said, it has a lot to do with this this new Antifa thing. It has a lot to do with the fact of who just bought TikTok. It has a lot to do with all kinds of things that are being pushed right now from our government. They will send in honeypots. This is a honeypot operation. And the people who are like, yeah, we need to unite, but they can't tell you the reasons why. If they can't tell you, hey, this specific instant is what changed me from being a Trump supporter, you need to not be in ranks with them.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. Plus pass. Does anybody want to like rebut that? And Sanguine, welcome in. I invited you up because I know that I believe you call yourself a Marxist. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm a scientific Marxist. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I brought you up here because I mean you're what you espouse I think is going to become more popular moving forward because that pendulum's going to swing and I don't know that people have a lot of faith in what we see. But so if you want to jump in at any point, please do. But does anybody want to rebut what Two Puffs said or add to it?
Oh, rebut, no, but I would add, please also hold that, and not you, Two Puffs, I'm talking a royal you. Please also, you all hold that energy for establishment Democrats as well, and your Democrat friends. Hold that energy for your vote blue, no matter who, friends. Hold that energy for the people that will say things like, oh, well, I'm a Democrat, so like I'm not part of the problem. They're not part of the problem. Hold that energy for people that will not criticize their party and swear that their party is the end all be all of solutions, because that's not the case.
And argue with you when
100%.
when you have issue with the things the Democratic Party has done and continue
And this is what I have
to push these fucking can-kicking Democrats that have just been doing whatever, it's all the same shit. Corporate Democrats fucking... Anyway, sorry, now I'm just rambling.
Your frustration is completely, it's valid. Like, everybody's frustration within the Democratic Party is completely valid. But here's where everybody is, like, here's where people get, like, misguided and lied to all the time. They say they are the party of change. They say they're here to approve or to uplift your material conditions. And that one person's going to do it, not as a collective. The Democrats and the Republicans are the same party, no matter if you are a little bit left in the Democratic, like, for example, the centrist Bernie Sanders and AOC. But here's the thing, though. Time after again, they always ostracize these people. They always make them seem like that they are the reasons why the Democratic Party cannot get to where they are. And they'll sit there and they'll blame their constituents, and they'll sit there and they'll blame why they voted their party.
Bros. Those Bernie bros.
Because the Democrats don't want to extend their tent. And the reason why is this, and it is the system that has allowed this duopoly to feel like there is a difference in between the Democrats and the Republicans. There's not. It is all systematically to get you to not, like, have a conscious thought, to not think, like, what is it called? What is the word I'm looking for? Social conscious, like, social... What's that word called?
Class consciousness.
Yes, that's where I was looking for. They will strive you. They will have this fucking country be fascist before anybody has class consciousness, before anybody has any collective thoughts to improve their material conditions and fight for it back and claw it back from the top 1% that Democrats and Republicans have been like basically fucking smokescreen to think that they are not the issue. They are the issue. It is not a left problem. It is not a right problem. It is a bottom-top problem, and that is what it's always going to be. So don't be lied to the Democrats. Don't be lied to by the Republicans. It is a top 1%, and it is always going to be the top 1%. So don't align yourself with parties.
And they're in the top 1%.
With your pocket.
Yeah.
Align yourself with your pocket. Align yourself with your material conditions of your fellow comrades. You should want everybody to have
comrades.
No struggle.
Are you a Russian? Are you a Russian plant, sir? You use that with such ease. I'm just kidding.
Corporate Democrats will let our country slide into fascism before they're ever anti-capitalism.
Not corporate Democrats. It's Democrats as the whole, because it's the system that made the Democratic Party. It's the system that made the Republican Party. It's a duopoly. They're the same thing. One lies to you, the others are open about their disgusting rhetoric.
Well, there are some that don't fall into that category. There are very few. Yeah, well, to play the game, yes. Because when you get in there, like I knew this guy, Dana Prieto. He's currently a senator in Oklahoma. I remember when that fucker was running, he was like, I don't care what the Democrats want. I'm going to go in there because they're not the ones that are going to be voting for me. And he was going to go in there and do nothing. Like he was going to be a far, far right Christian nut job. He gets in there and I have conversations with him afterwards. And his whole fucking stance changed because he realized he ain't getting shit done unless he plays their game. Right, because he was an outsider, a political outsider at the time, but he realized you got to play that fucking game. So it may seem like some of them are on board with that other bullshit, but otherwise they can't single-handedly like take over the entire government, right? They still have to work within the confines of the bullshit created by all the other people. Does that make sense?
And I agree with you.
Yeah,
it does make sense to me, and I agree with you. But that's the illusion, though. That's what you said is the illusion that it has to be a party that has to make a change. It doesn't have to be the government that makes a change. It's us. We live in this world. We live in this country. We see what happens. We see our material conditions. We can all collectively change that without the government.
Yeah, and the propaganda is so good. They're so good at it that they've pulled the wool over so many people's eyes. To like for now, right now, Gavin Newsom, they are fucking holding this guy up as if he walks on fucking water. When this dude is one of the fucking people that will do the exact same shit we've been seeing. And if that person gets elected, we're going to be right back here in 4 fucking years, or he's just going to continue this overthrow of our entire way of life here.
It's going to continue it because capitalism is failing as we're seeing today. So they would rather throw our country under the bus than give everybody what they need materially.
Right.
And that is the issue
historic
with the
abusive
Democrats and
relationship.
Republicans.
Yep.
That's what it is. It's a historic abusive relationship. They make sure that we rely on them. They beat us into class unconsciousness. And then they say, I'm really sorry that I did that. It was
It's
just
the
because you
Republicans'
said
fault.
this,
It's the
and it
Republicans'
really
fault.
upset me, and I had to do it. I had to hit you, and it's never going to happen again. You don't understand what you did to make me hurt you.
Right.
And the
Why were you
cycle
wearing
just
that
rinses and
skirt?
repeats.
Why were you
They
wearing
won't.
that skirt?
They won't ever do that because they're getting fucking money out the ass by corporations that buy them. No Democrat, no
Only way
Republican,
to end an
no
abusive
Green
relationship
Party.
is to leave it.
You
I
have
mean,
to
that's
abolish
true.
it completely. You can't leave it. You can't vote it away because it's still going to happen systematically.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that'll have to be changed. I think guardrails can be put in place that can, make this better, what we have. But I'm starting to even become disillusioned with that idea anyway.
But the thing
Dan,
is, you can't have.
I see your face. I would love to hear your perspective on this.
No, you're fine. I said in the chat I was eating cake, and that wasn't a euphemism. I was literally have cake that my wife made me, so I was eating that.
Cake.
A couple of things. I think that one, if you want to understand a lot of these issues, someone brought it up before. The issues that exist within our plurocratic parliamentary, or not parliamentary, but representative system, you have to read Carl Schmitt, because Carl Schmitt's the guy that the right wing, Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel, all these guys, they all quote directly from Schmitt. Carl Schmitt is a German legal theorist and political philosopher from the early 20th century. Absolutely brilliant. Also a terrible person. This is not the Carl Schmitt fan club, but if you want to understand how the right in terms of fascists operate, I think he's the best way to do that. It's my leftover birthday cake. In terms of political parties in general, I mean, the duopoly we exist in comes after the Civil War. Before the Civil War, essentially there was 4 or 5 political parties effectively, though we call it the Republicans and Democrats. It was much more sectarian. You had Southern Whigs or Southern Dems, Northern Whigs, Northern Dems, and the territories had many different parties as well. This has been a slow conglomeration through both capital and just the evolution of the United States as a country coming out of.
Do you think it was on purpose?
In terms of effective organizing, I mean, you're going to have to organize at some level. James Madison designed the Constitution around plurocratic representation. So
about capital.
If you're not going to be, if you don't build your own communities, either your own political parties, your activist groups, you're going to be represented by money, because that's how the system has been designed since civics, since James Madison came up with the idea. So I understand the feeling of, powerlessness, but you do have power, because there is a ways for us to collectivize and work together in our communities in small little ways. And, it doesn't have to be big picture. It can literally just be creating some sort of community organization.
They have
community gardens.
Look at the Black Panther Party.
You're not going to get you're not going to get some holy revolution at this point, because we just don't have the infrastructure for it yet. But so you have to figure out where do I want to negotiate with, and as much as I'm willing to admit the failures of the Democrats, and Tim, we've talked about that all the time. I've pretty much voted Dem every election, but I understand that voting Dem every election is taking Tylenol. It's not taking cancer treatment. Those are two different things. Though apparently now Tylenol causes the tism, so guess no one gets Tylenol anymore.
Now you just have to drink water. Water cures everything.
So why not?
Oh, go ahead, Sanguine.
So my issue with that thinking is, why not break the duopoly? Why continue to feed it?
Well, I mean, they created this system and it's almost like self-perpetuating at this point, because and with the propaganda as well, because like you'll see people we're in a two-party system. This is the way it is. This is the way it is, right? And they'll just keep doing this line and then get mad at you if you want to try and change that. So like, it is what it is. But we're gonna have to do a lot of work to fucking change it, and whether we can do that in time, I don't know.
What stops me, what keeps my ideas of schmevolution, like any kind of whoa.
It's time.
Hey, it's time. Take your meds, guys.
Take your Tylenol.
No, that's take your Effexor, guys. Take your Effexor. But no, I think what keeps my ideas of violent schmevolution going from anything beyond my armchair, right? Is that understanding that if that is what it takes, that there's a good chance that neither myself nor my children will be alive to see what comes after that. And I'm doing this for my children. I'm not doing this for me. I don't give a shit about me. I don't give a fuck. I'm doing this because I'm trying to scramble for any possible way for my children to be able to live into whatever this is going to become, if that forward movement is positive.
Yeah, I don't
Dan,
know.
we can't hear you.
Oh, Dan?
No, it's fine. I don't know why. Like, my headphones cut in and out sometimes. So if I was talking and people were talking and I wasn't responding, it's because I'm still getting used to these headphones.
If you were talking, you were muted, and we couldn't hear you.
No, before, when I was talking before about Madison, did you guys get that part?
No, we heard all that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
we heard.
Great.
Yeah,
great. Yeah. I'm glad I can still flex that. No, listen. You have to be optimistic about this. That you may not benefit from the fruits of your labor, and it's a hard pill to swallow to say, like, look, long-term change and meaningful change, not going to say requires sacrifice, but requires the idea is like, look, I might not see an immediate return on this, but it's like, a pension, a 401k. Well, I mean, not 401k, but it's that idea of like, in 20 or 30 years, if we do the right things, we organize, we work together, we create communities, and we engage with what power structures we can do, because yes, there's a system, but you have to engage in the system at some point in some way, because it's just the way we live right now. I mean, look, we're all on TikTok with phones.
Who is the system benefiting now? You can't sit there and say that and leave out every marginalized people and the history. Say
good. I don't need a history lesson. Trust me, I know all this.
See, this is why I have a problem with liberals.
Say good. I'm not a liberal. I'm a Marxist too. Okay, go bum yourself. I don't care. Listen, just let me finish my point. We're literally using technology right now that, yes, tracks us and does everything else. So you're going to engage with the system at some point in some way, because that's just how this works. So in order if we want to achieve these long-term goals, we want equity, economic liberation, black and brown rights and protections, and it's going to require community and working together and building these systems both within ourselves that exist outside of the system, and then engage with the system whenever we have to. That system being obviously work, politics, everything else. Saying when you got to work a job, man, unless you're out here.
Shit.
That's the system. That's the system, dumbass.
The system,
that's the system, dumbass.
That's fucking. What do you mean? That's labor, dumbass. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's still the system.
Labor is not part of the system.
It's literally part of the system. This man has not read enough Marx to know. Interesting.
So
labor is still part of the system. It's still.
Well, let me put a scenario to you guys.
All of that? Who has to say so, other than the population that control their own means of production, that control how that goes within the system? Why is that one centralized party why is that one centralized people that do that? Why is that? You explain that to me. Why one party is allowed to oppress and keep oppressing, and then when people talk about change, you have to play with the system, you can't change it. Why is that, Dan?
I did not say you can't change the system. I'm saying that
what you're saying.
No, I said you need
engage
to
with the
create
system.
Communities. I said you're going to have to engage the system at some point.
You can't vote away the issue, Dan.
I literally just said that.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Tim. Tim, you're getting a history lesson.
Okay, so I think maybe Sanguine is missing Dan's point. Dan's point is not that you're like engaging in wanting the system or whatever, but it is part of our way of life at this point. So at some point, you will engage with the system that we are wanting to dismantle.
But it doesn't.
And,
Yes,
or,
I understand that
change.
it doesn't have to be for profit, though.
I didn't say it had to be for profit.
Yeah, he never said that.
Well, we don't have to play along the system just to increase profits, and then change never happens because we have.
I'm
to
not
keep
saying
voting
that.
For it.
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if you're going to make change, you have to create these plurocratic
They
groups.
already
You have to work
been.
together.
They already have been.
I understand that, Sanguine. My point being is that you're going to have to create these groups, work within these groups, and create your own systems within that.
When
you're
the
going
fucking
to
system
engage.
abolishes those groups. Look at the Black Panther Party, for example.
I
Look what they
know.
were doing.
Welcome to American history. Welcome to American history.
It's not
So
welcome
you're
to
going
American
be
history. You're just not willing to fucking have change because change has been into the system, has challenged it, and you're like, no, you have to play with the system. There's no change.
No.
That's what you're
saying. You have
dude.
to. That's not what I'm saying.
Why is the same two
Even-
guys still circling?
Yeah, he's
Even
not.
He's
He's not saying that you can't change it, Sanguine. And I'm not even. I think you're taking like one part of something that he said and making a lot of assumptions about his beliefs. So I understand why maybe you're going that route, but I think you're misinterpreting what Dan is trying to say. But let me ask Dan, because I know you still maybe hold hope, and maybe you're not as like dystopian about our prognosis here that some of us have. If in 2026 people go to the polls and there are troops there and people are being arrested for being illegals, and we're seeing this in parts across the country that are more changing of the seats and what have you, is your view of our prognosis going to change at that point, do you think? Do you think you'll realize like we've hit a cliff that it's one way or the other? Like, do you still think that's possible? Because I think he may do that.
Oh yeah, well listen, but here's the thing. So let's hypothesize. I don't like doing counterfactuals, but it's fun to do. Let's hypothesize that during 2026, during the presidential elections or the midterms, honestly, because the midterms is where this is going to go to. Granted, that is 2026.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah. So the big beautiful bill kicks in, a lot of that stuff. The big bundle of bullshit kicks in during about the midterms. If they station troops, one, you're going to have soldiers that are going to be comfortable arresting American citizens. So that's already going to be a self-selection group. But we've seen that soldiers are usually okay doing that to a point. But the thing about this expansion of dictatorial and tyrannical power is that it requires so much effort and it becomes incredibly brittle. Even if that worst comes to pass, it's not an interminable situation. It's not that you stumble into authoritarianism and fascism and then you stay in that state. This is the thing about history in general, is that states always change. Material conditions, Marxism, always change. Usually for the better, but not always, because, things happen. To summarize a bunch of history in one thing. So even in that situation, it's just more emphasis on, well, you need to get your pew-pews, you need to train yourself, you need to create, organize it. So, and these processes as well, is that if they're going to do that, then they are just going to create more resistance. More oppression creates more resistance. You see this throughout entire history. It's very difficult to actually completely subjugate a population. I would say it's historically only been done by the fact that certain empires have existed for centuries. But it's very difficult to subjugate a people for a long time without including them into the system. This is how systems survive. You have to include some people and exclude others. This is why I mentioned Carl Schmitt, because he's a good way of understanding that exclusionary aspect and how all systems are built on that exclusionary. Sorry, I'll leave it up there, Tim. I know we're kind of over time right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think maybe what I was getting at is that there's a red wave instead of a blue one, right?
Oh,
that it alters what we want to happen, and so what we want to happen does not happen. At that point, we're kind of all, I would say, a little fucked. And I think
a red wave happens.
Yeah,
so there's a man like Vladimir Lenin who takes proletariat power and control the system.
I feel like that's
you know about that guy.
I feel like that's when conversations will probably change, because I think they'll have to.
Dan, do you know about Vladimir Lenin?
Come on.
No,
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
never heard of Vladimir Lenin in my life.
Sanguine,
So
he's-
all you said is a bunch of bullshit because that did happen in the USSR.
I don't have time to do
Fucking
Soviet
smug
history right now.
liberals.
Okay, Sanguine, I just want to say he's probably been studying these things in university as almost as long as you've been alive.
This is
So
hilarious. 'cause
I
we're both
just
Marxists.
like Dan is a very very well read person, so I assume he probably has heard about it. Okay,
You
I
seem more like a revisionist than an actual Marxist, Dan.
Well, Marxists wouldn't even be considered a Marxist if you were to get down to it. Quote from
Scientific
the
Marxists, they do have labels. There's different labels within communism, buddy.
I hate
Okay,
arguing.
so-
I hate arguing with new
I hate
Marxists.
arguing with liberals that pose as fucking socialists on the internet.
I'm not a liberal.
This is becoming a sour note to end on. I hope we can.
This
find
is
I
this
agree.
is the
something better
left.
to
This is
finish
the
with.
left. Tim.
no,
we gotta
I-
argue. We're gonna
this is
argue
the-
it out.
And what's
I'll
left
stay with
of the
Saban.
left?
I'll
If
stay
this
with
is what's
Saban on the
left-
picket line.
There we go.
No,
Okay,
you're just a fence hopper, dog.
at the
You're
end
just
of the
a
day,
centrist.
I think we all have maybe the same goal in mind, which is to not
Agree.
be
And I agree.
underneath this shit.
And I agree.
That's an important common ground to have. Now, Abdul, I just seen your comments from earlier, so that's why I accepted you right at the very end. Did you want to add something, maybe in opposition to what we were talking about, or?
I would like to add
Do
something.
ageism in here. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on your banner, and
Okay.
I think yes, we are winning. I mean, America is winning for sure, thanks to Trump.
Winning what?
Thanks to Trump. No.
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on. What are you winning?
We're winning. America is winning. I'm in Canada though. I'm not American.
What?
All right, dog. Face the wall. We don't need your fucking.
What
But I want to
is-
become the 51st
Well-
state for sure.
Well, hold on. What is
So-
America winning? You said twice now, and I've asked you twice. What is America winning? What are we winning?
Winning in the foreign policy department, winning in the economy department, and winning, and most importantly, I believe, is the illegal immigration crackdown.
Okay, so you think higher inflation, higher costs, shutdown, unemployment, manufacturing loss, that's winning? That is a weird definition, sir.
That's a loaded statement because you got to understand the tariffs are going to take a little bit of time to kick in, but when they kick in,
Who the tariffs benefit,
No,
buddy?
what are you talking about? The tariffs are already being implemented in customs. It's an immediate thing. That is
Yeah, they're
an
being
immediate
implemented,
tax.
but the
That's an
the
immediate
benefit's gonna take-
tax. Yeah.
the benefit for the American manufacturers is going to take a few months.
Okay. Manufacturing
This
losses.
guy is so fake.
Okay.
All supply lines have
okay.
been interrupted.
right.
All economic flow lines have been obstructed. You're living in a fantasy world full of lies, and no one believes your lies.
Yeah.
Why don't you go on the way out of here?
Now-
Just lick all their boots, okay?
Now hold on. Now listen. One of the great things that the president has done.
Don't
is-
you listen me, you Canadian, you false Canadian. Don't
Yeah,
you?
He's just
now
a white
listen to me.
supremacist. Why are we
don't-
giving him time? He
Hold on,
needs
hold
to
on.
lick our boots.
Don't
and
I
he
get
needs
some
to
time?
fucking face
Don't
the
I
wall.
get some time to express my opinion, liberal loudmouth?
I mean, that's why I
Liberal.
accepted your thing and started asking you questions. Do you not like it when people push back on your ridiculous beliefs?
No, but you got to give me an opportunity to express myself.
I did, and you
And
didn't
you're
express
expressing
yourself
yourself in a
you-
because
dangerous
you,
way.
you
You
started
let me
saying,
say-
hold
let me
on,
give my-
Seguin. You started saying things that just weren't true. So, I don't think you're here in good faith. If you're here in good faith, that's one thing, but I don't think you are.
Okay, but listen to this. What the president has done with the H-1B visa, making it $100,000 a year, that is absolutely ideal for American people. Because right now, Silicon Valley, 70% are foreigners. I know from at least from India. Who knows from other countries as well? At least 70%. That means 70% more jobs for Americans, unless they're the really super rich ones that are going
Well-
to come in that can afford to pay $100,000 a year.
Okay, so you could still stay at 70% foreigners, just have to pay the
No.
government money. right?
No, who's gonna pay? Who's gonna pay that much money? No, none of those guys can afford that.
I don't know. Doesn't that hurt the job market? Because if we don't have people to replace them with, then what?
We got lots of people to replace.
No, we don't.
They don't got a chance to get there.
No, we don't. That's why they bring them in. Yes, some people are doing that to subjugate those immigrants and to exploit their labor. That is true. But by and large, our country's education is sucked. Our education is too expensive, so these people, they're coming out of here with, extreme, and simultaneous to them doing this, they're telling people to not go to college. So that's real smart, right?
Unless you go to Trump University, we have the best degrees.
Go learn a welding school. Yeah. Go learn how to weld. I don't know. Anyway, so the live is over. I don't.
Can I just ask?
Sure, go ahead. Oh, Debbie, I'm sorry. I forgot I brought you in. Go ahead.
Can I just ask one?
Sure.
I know I'm sitting here stressing all over the place.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has anybody else received a census?
And why is it?
And why is it coming
early?
5 years early and asking questions like, what time do you leave to go to work? What time do you come back? And if you don't send in the census, then they can fine you $5,000. And it's got all your personal information. It's got how much you make. It's got who you make it from. And I mean, it's
Just tell them that we have a dad is a.
My stepfather is from Nicaragua, but he's been here since 1980. So we're concerned that what they're doing is the information that they're getting from this census is stuff. They want to know where he works, what time he works, every single little detail.
So is that related to immigration?
It's everything. It goes from personal to housing to what else?
Who sent
jobs,
it? Does it
your
look
income
like
tax.
it's from the American government? Like, what does it say it's from?
I think it's related to immigration.
Absolutely.
I don't think it's related to. I don't think
well,
it's a
that's what we're worried about.
census per
That's
se.
what we're worried about.
I think that's
what
what it's
we're
from.
worried about.
Yeah.
That's what we're worried about is the fact that
He's a permanent resident.
my stepfather's a permanent resident
40 years.
for 40 years.
And they
but
can have their
if
shit
they get-
revoked. They can.
Exactly.
And so here, and if that is a legitimate document, let me explain what I think is going on here. They're sending this out to people who are permanent legal residents, green cards, what have you. They're sending this out, and that fine $5,000 if you can't afford it, you're going to have deportation orders. That's to get rid of people who are not wealthy. I think that's if that is legitimate, and I'm just basing it off of what I'm hearing from you, and I haven't heard this anywhere else. But if that's the case, then I think that's what the Trump administration is doing.
About 30
And that's
pages.
disgusting.
Trump actually, according to ChatGPT or one of the little things that you can talk to, Trump is the one who said that this needed to be issued now, 5 years before our census is supposed to even come up. And they're calling it not a neighborhood, but a community facts type fact-finding information about your community. That's what they're saying.
It's okay. What does the top of the document say? The front page at the very top, what does it say? Like, who is it from? It should have information.
I can't see that page because it's we just put it in the envelope to mail it. But the address
don't do that.
is
Don't do that.
No.
That's probably a scam, man.
Yeah, I imagine that's a scam, or it is some fucking thing that this administration is doing. But that's why I'm asking, what is what's at the top of the page? What does it say?
Does it have a seal of the United States government or your state?
Here, wait a minute. American community survey is what it says at the top of the paper on the first page.
Okay.
I wouldn't turn that in because there is no approval from the seal of your state or the government. That's probably a scam.
Okay, well, now
I
it's
would just keep it. I would just keep it just in case.
Okay,
but
hold
it's
on real
probably a
quick.
scam.
I'm looking it up. So this, I've got the
Please
statute.
look it up for
I've
me.
got the statute right here for you. Real quick, hold on. Let's see. Secretary shall, let's see, blah, 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 immigration.
I can see this has been around for longer than just this year. It says
Um,
2023 data released from 2019 to 2023. Then they have 2024. It says the American Community Survey is the premier source of detailed information about the nation's people and housing. As an ongoing survey conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau since 2005, the ACS collects detailed social, economic, and demographic information. Sorry, that's Loki. From a sample of households across 50 states, the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico.
Yeah, so this is if that's legitimate, that is the Trump administration doing exactly
That's
what I
exactly what
said
we
before.
thought.
Yep. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, under Title
So
13
what,
of the
what
U.S.
do you do
Code.
about it?
Well, I mean,
Keep it.
you would. Yeah,
Keep
what
it.
is the what was the return address? What address are they telling you to send it to?
Oh, to send it to?
Yes.
U.S. Census Bureau, National Processing Center, P.O. Box 5240, Jeffersonville, Indiana.
Oh, don't dox yourself. Don't dox yourself.
Well, no, this is where she's sending it to.
Oh,
So,
I thought.
Yeah,
okay,
that's the
P.O.
Census
Box.
Bureau.
That is the
It
correct.
scared me for a second. I thought she was doxing herself.
Jeffersonville, Indiana is the Census Bureau. So that appears to be a legitimate document.
I would go to your town hall just to confirm.
Yeah, let's see. Does not have a single. Okay, so the National Processing Center does not have a single P.O. box, but mail should be addressed to U.S. Census Bureau, P.O. Box 5240, Jeffersonville, Indiana 47199. Is that what you said it was?
Yes.
So that appears to be legitimate.
So
That
if we don't send it in,
is there any
then they're
way
gonna-
that you can send me a copy of that document?
the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean,
The whole
you
thing
don't
is-
have to dox yourself or whatever. You can join the Discord and go in there, and you can send it to me privately. I would never share that information, but I would like to see what you're looking at because this is something I have not seen reported. I haven't seen anybody talking about, and I find this to be absolutely atrocious. And I would like to have.
It is. Yeah. Well,
I would
you
like
can
to
send it
like
blank
have
ones.
that so that I can then tell other people that this is happening because that's fucking gross.
Just in
I
case
would
it gets-
I would go to your town hall to confirm that too.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it could be safe, but
the
yeah,
other
they
thing that I
can
thought
fine
of-
you. They can fine you for not responding to that when it's under
Yeah.
immigration.
The thing that I'm worried about is the fact that it seems to me like only so far, I mean, my mother has a Hispanic last name, and like you said, that's our biggest worry is
Right.
that my stepfather is from Nicaragua and that they pull things out of their ass, you know how they do.
Okay, so I'm on census.gov and it's saying, have you received a letter? And this is to determine whether or not it's sample ACS and PRCS forms 2025.
There is a sample form online.
Let me look at the English. Is this it? Let me pull this up. Is this it? Does it look like this?
Yes, it looks just like that.
Just like
it's
this?
a booklet.
Okay,
Oh,
so
my
exactly like
God,
this.
that's gross.
Okay, so this comes directly
Person
from
1, person
Census.
2, person 3.
Okay, so we have a copy of this then. Okay, so
Gonna
yeah,
start issuing papers now is
that is
insane.
legitimate. That came directly from census.gov right here, sample ACS and PRCS forms.
Yeah, but when was it put in there, though? Before Trump or after Trump?
It was put in there after Trump.
Yeah, this was
No, it
this
says
is the
2005 it
2025.
started.
Yeah, this is the
Oh.
2025 version. The 2024 version looks like Let's see. Well, let's see if what the questions look different. So please note both, no, not Hispanic or Latino, person's age, opposite. Let's see, how's this person related? Opposite, what's the person's race? SMEX, person's age, person's name. Let's see, okay. Now you're saying it's asking what time you get home and shit?
What time you
So-
start work and what time you
So,
leave the house.
I
And
looked up the whole gist of this thing, and so the whole gist of this thing started in 2005. It's called the American Community Survey.
Yeah, does this
I
house?
don't know why, but it says that it has always asked questions about economic characteristics, questions about income and earnings from various sources, employment status,
Right.
occupation and industry, commuting patterns, health insurance coverage, and
Commuting
release
patterns,
of
that's the one.
commuting patterns, and
Wow.
receipt of benefits like SNAP. So it started in 2005. Not sure why.
So that's
But
standard.
has it always been like a punishable offense not to turn it in?
Well, let's look.
I
Hold
think
on, I'll
so.
look that part
I
up. Let me
think
see.
so. Yes. Yeah, $5,000 though. That is fucking absurd. Now,
They
does it
must
say
up the
on the
rate on it,
document? Does it say on the document what the fine is, or was that part of it? Was that outside of this booklet?
I'm not sure if it's on the booklet itself, but I know that it was on the outside of the envelope that it was a $5,000 fine.
Yeah, I looked
But
Wow.
we looked it up on the internet, and someplace that we looked said that it's only happened one time, and the person was charged $100 if they didn't answer a question, and $500 if they lied on it.
It's 5,000.
And then 5,000 if you just didn't do it.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I just looked here. So, Title 13, it says $100 for refusing to answer, $500 for giving false information. Later amendments cite fines up to $5,000, but those are almost never applied and would require a federal court case.
It's just crazy how they slap on the 5,000
This
if you don't return it in, though, is kind of fear mongering.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah.
And this has been going on
since 2005.
So
It says a sample of addresses, so that's why everybody wouldn't have gotten it, or people wouldn't have even known about it, because if they don't sample your address, because I've never gotten one. And
Yeah.
how do we know that my thing is, I don't trust this administration or government as far as I could throw them. How do we know how random these address samplings are this year,
Exactly.
or while
Most
this
probably.
administration is in its, ruling era?
That
Yeah,
is
look at
violence
this.
against the proletariat, by the way.
I'm reading, this is the statute here. Whoever being over 18 years of age refuses or willfully neglects when requested by the secretary or by any other authorized officer or employee of the Department of Commerce or bureau or agency thereof, acting under the instructions of the secretary or authorized officer to answer any of the questions on any schedule submitted to him in connection with any census or survey provided by blah, 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 applying to himself, to which he belongs or is related, or to the farmer farms, shall be fined not more than $100. Whoever, when answering questions described in subsection whatever, willfully gives an answer that is false, shall be fined not more than $500. Notwithstanding any other provision of this title, no person shall be compelled to disclose information relative to his religious beliefs or membership in a religious body. And notice in here, though, it doesn't even say immigration. This isn't just immigrants.
That is direct political violence, that entire
That
law.
is disgusting. I've never received one. Let me see. This is under Chapter 7, Subchapter 2, Other Persons. Whatever the fuck that means.
This is Gestapo type shit.
This is.
Yep.
This is Gestapo type shit.
Okay, other persons.
I mean, this is America. That's been this way since I can remember. I was
So this is
yelling
just
at my
general
friends
census.
in high school.
This is general
to think
census.
before it's illegal. Like, guys, this isn't Project 2025. This is the Heritage
the American
Foundation's
system,
mandate.
though.
Well, this is the Heritage Foundation's mandate for leadership. They called it that in the 80s. They just call it Project 2025 because it is 2025. They've been doing this for years. They've been slowly sliding us comfortably into fascism and Nazism
That's the
for
system, though.
years.
This is the system made for these people and these players to do the exact what is happening right now. This is what the system's designed for, by the way.
Yeah, it does apply to everybody. So anybody, immigrant or otherwise, has to respond to that. And see, that's bullshit because every 10 years is the only one that I've ever even bothered with because that's what you're constitutionally obligated to respond to. But if you're getting these in mid-year, fuck that shit, man. Fuck these fascist fucking fucks.
It feels a
I'm
little
so
like
sick
a
of this shit.
random check at the airport, if you
Right.
know what I mean.
But this has been going on since 2005.
Which is fucking
This is
gross.
parties. This is the system I am talking about, that I yell, that I get so mad about. This is exactly what I'm trying to explain to you guys. The system allows shit to happen like this. They don't care about us. They only care about the bag, and that's it. They fucking hate us.
Okay.
Well, Sangwood, I've been around quite some time, man, and like I understand the outrage. I get it. It used to not be so bad. It used to now for some people,
for certain groups, though.
Right. I mean, it was.
We just
but
didn't
even
notice it.
even
that.
myself
It's just
as
been
an
for certain
indigenous
groups,
in
my man.
Oklahoma, it wasn't as bad as it is now.
It still was bad for marginalized people, though.
We just didn't
At least
notice
generally.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that was my youth or whatever, but
Oh, listen, I'm white.
Capitalism, baby.
That's
White,
crazy.
I love
okay?
it.
I am from the mountains of Caucasus, and my last name is like vomiting Italian, right? So my life has always been comfortable in this country. It's always been the greatest. I can say, oh man, if I could, I'd go back to the 90s when, things were this way and that way. But that's because I was white and I was Italian American growing up in John Gotti's Queens. Of course, my life was comfortable. Of course, it was nice. It was made to be that way off the backs of all of the black
Systematically.
and brown people around
Correct.
me.
Preach. Preach.
So they can ask name, age, sex, date of birth, race, ethnicity, marital status, relationship of people in the household, type of housing,
We also
ownership
have a
status,
birth
rent,
right thing
mortgage,
going on.
utilities, number of rooms and bedrooms, years the structure was built, highest education, school attendance, occupation, industry, hours worked, income ranges, how you commute to work, time it takes you to get to work, whether you own a vehicle, place of birth and year entered the U.S., citizenship status, yes or no. These questions have been ruled as constitutional because they are reasonably related to the enumeration and to Congress's power to legislate how census data is used for governance.
Nah.
What they can't ask: social security number, bank account or credit card info, passwords, pins or financial access, political affiliation or voting record, religious beliefs or church membership,
see all that shit.
criminal record, medical history beyond basic disability questions.
They can predict that just on what you just
Go
gave
ahead
them.
and ask me about my fucking criminal record when the man that's in the White House has a rap sheet longer than a fucking CVS receipt.
Yep.
Fucking CVS receipts. Oh my God. I bought one item and got a foot-long receipt. Fucking hell.
Coupons, baby.
Yeah, so, well, Debbie, I'm glad, we could figure that out. That's fucking nuts.
Did you see anything when you were looking that basically says that Trump signed like an EO or anything like that to have this census done in the mid?
I know he was wanting to try, and I know he got sued before. I think he had tried to do this in the first term. I'm pretty sure they've tried it in the second term. Whether or not they have done it, I don't know. I'll look it up real quick.
And see, they're not listening to the courts. I mean, they just are completely ignoring the courts when they tell them they can't do something.
Yeah,
He knows
they've gone rogue.
They're rogue.
Let's see what he tried. Yeah, in 2018, is this person a citizen of the United States for the first time since 1950? Experts warns it could reduce response rates. Multiple lawsuits challenged it. In 2019, the Supreme Court blocked it. Department of Commerce v. New York, ruling that the administration's stated reason to enforce the Voting Rights Act was pretext. Trump dropped the question but signed an executive order directing agencies to share citizenship data for similar purposes, which is interesting because that judge that just had her house burned down had rejected the sharing of voter data to the federal government from the state.
That was in South Carolina.
Yep.
Those would be your brown shirts of this
Let's see.
administration.
In July 2020, issued a memo to exclude undocumented immigrants from the population count used to allocate congressional seats. Let's see. Federal courts struck that down. January 2021, Trump's Commerce Department admitted it couldn't carry it out in time and never produced the altered counts. They manipulated the ACS and data collection process. Since this is blah blah blah, yeah, because they're trying to reduce the number of seats for in Democratic states. Try to add a.
Can you get this Nazi out of this panel, please?
Who is it?
The dude next to me.
Why? What happened? What's he saying?
Do you not see the shit he's saying in the comments?
No, I'm reading something else. It's in the illegal.
Oh yeah, he's just saying some pretty
you're just
pretty dumb shit.
Pretty egregious things, yeah.
Here's the thing, right? You can sit around and call it rage bait, or you go, I totally rage baited those guys. That absolutely does not make you any less of a fuckknuckle for doing it in the first place, right? It doesn't excuse you from the douchebaggery from which you just partook in.
Yeah, that's. I don't think he was speaking in good faith anyway. So Abdullah, if you want to have a real, actual human conversation, that's fine. But you're just coming up here just it's stupid. I don't want to listen to it. We got enough shit on our plate to deal with that shit. I got people coming up here. They don't, not a word about babies with bullets in their fucking skulls. But you use the term Zio, and I'm gonna fucking freak out on you. Jesus, Lord Almighty. Anyway, defending
part.
Oh, let's hear from defending before I end it. Which, so defending you.
Closing it?
Yeah,
it was down.
It was over 40 minutes ago, but Debbie came up, got one of those census things, and we were trying to validate it, and we just realized how fucked up this government has been since 2005. Those questions are kind of gross, but. Anyway, did you want to offer anything?
Do I send it in? Do I send it in or not?
I mean, yes, because the law states
that you have to ignore.
Right, it is illegal to ignore. So that sucks. But just change your driving habits afterwards. Be like, well, whenever I answer the question, that was true, and then I altered shit because fuck you. That's what I would argue in court.
God, I don't want to have to go to court, but I will if I have to.
I doubt that they would, but
And see, they have New Orleans as one of the next cities that they're going to send ICE and we've already had them here before, but ICE and the National Guard. And our fucking stupid state is asking for this shit.
Right.
And we are red. And we are as blue can be.
Don't bow down to fascism, comrade. Don't ever bow down to it, comrade.
Never.
Your fellow comrades up.
Your use of comrade, it cracks me up, Sanguine. Are you one of Trump's kids? Are you one of Trump's kids? One of Mary's progeny? Mary Trump cracks me up.
Lenin's my dad.
Lenin's your dad. That's funny. Anyway, defending. Did you want to offer anything before I shut things down? I wanted to give you a chance to.
Oh, thank you, Tim.
Say anything.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, we're just on we're just on furlough here. We're
crazy.
It's I had lunch with a friend of mine, and she's at the Pentagon, and I guess apparently Haig's Breath has increased his security now, not double but triple.
Oh,
and so when he goes into
Where does she work at again?
Let me finish. When she goes into the gym, because they got a pretty nice gym there. Whenever she goes into the gym, he shuts it down for 2.5 hours. And so that gym is not for secretaries. That is for the regular working people at the Pentagon that are working there, just the working stiffs, the normal people like you and I, right? And he goes in there and shuts it down. And it's just, yeah. And, so it's not a double, he has triple security now. And, who wants
just because he wants people to think he's at the gym. He wants people to think he's He doesn't want anybody to know he's in there fucking.
I got to practice my
sitting
pull-ups.
there chugging fucking 12 packs on the weight bench for 2 hours.
Funny. No, I mean,
yeah,
so
anyway.
That is gross though, because like if that's for regular workers, I guess are they all gone anyway? Is it not open during the furlough or?
No, it's not. It's not open now. It's shut down. But I mean, generally, when the government is funded, there's a gym there. It's a really nice gym, but it's for the working people. It's for everyday normal people, normal GS, DOD civilians. Okay, so you go. It's a nice gym. I've been there a couple times. It's nice, but it's just for normal people, but not him. He goes in and shuts it down for 2.5 hours in the middle of the day, and he's there every fucking day apparently. And anyway, it's just, she was telling me about it, and I was just, my stomach turned. I'm just like, he's just so disgusting and gross.
Yeah, as if he doesn't have his own fucking gym somewhere. I mean,
thank you. Exactly. That was the point.
Purposeful.
Like, why doesn't he go to Equinox like the rest of the people do in the district? Like, when you go to $1,000 a month Equinox. Like, why doesn't he do that like everybody else does? But no, he's got to go to the, anyway.
Power trip. Like, look what I can do.
Right, exactly.
What a jackass. No wonder he was mooning people on national TV. I mean, that's what this guy is. He's a child.
He's a prick.
He's a he's like, I only made it to 05, but now I'm in charge of all you generals. Watch me browbeat you, and you have to sit there and fucking listen to me. Gross.
And an E-motherfucking 5. An E5 sat there and told 4-star generals they were fat. And there's a video of him drinking dunk tank water.
No more beardos.
Fuck out of here.
No more beardos, he said. This guy is a whack job.
Yeah, he's garbage.
He let all those naval cadets sit there for 40 minutes for waiting for him to get there.
Yeah, he was late.
They sat out in the sun.
Yeah, he was late. Yeah.
He's like, I was getting my Deus Vault tattoo, fixed up. It was starting to fade. I wanted to make sure everybody could see it. This
fucking telling you, big ass parentheses. There was hold for applause. You just fucking know there was hold for applause in parentheses. Every time that motherfucker waited and the room was just dead silent.
It was fucking. They had that sign. It was like applause, and nobody.
Right.
Like, we ain't doing that.
Yeah.
Taped before a live studio audience.
Right.
Because if I don't laugh, I'll just scream into the air viscerally. And knowing my luck, the moment I choose to scream into the air viscerally will be the moment somebody chooses to take a picture of me, and I'll become a fucking meme, and I'm not taking that chance.
That's happened to too many people.
Tim, are you? You've been on for a while.
Yeah, I started at 9. It ended at 1, but then kind of went over because of Debbie's thing. But and then you shut up. I wanted to hear from you for a minute, but yeah, I'll go ahead and shut it down, guys. I really do appreciate it. Thank you all so much.
Oh, come on.
I'll be back again 9 a.m. tomorrow morning Central Time. So come back and jump on the panel, and we'll do it all over again. Thank you all. We'll see you guys.
Tim, I just wanted to thank you.
You're
to thank you, Tim, for everything you do.
No, you're welcome. You're very welcome.
I listen every day. We'll be here tomorrow.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And we'll see ya. Bye.